Is this the right place? Is this the right time? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, whoops. My mistake. I'll end stream. Hi. Hi! Welcome. Welcome. Good night. Sleep is good. It's difficult though. Anyway, hello. Hi. Dinari! Hi. Hi, Kiers. Hi, thank you for the pets. Dina. Also, welcome to Spike.
The models.
Yuki, apparently. Cheese Slice, apparently. Hello. Hi, Cheese Slice. Welcome, Myriad. Welcome, Spike. Welcome, Stew. Welcome, Clunk. Oh my goodness, we got a Clunk in there. Welcome, Aki. Oh my goodness, is this hand twisted? No, I don't think the Clunk. Sorry, I don't think the hand is twisted. Fuck's sake, I can't even speak anymore. Can I ever speak? I don't know. Why cheese? I will get to the redeems in 1 sec. Cheese. The really fast and like hyped piffle cheese makes me smile every time. Early extreme. Yeah, very early. Only a few minutes into the day. Surprised to be sure, but welcome on. You're very kind, Stu. Can't stay up for this. I need to go to bed. What are you doing to me? I'm sorry, GD. I'm sorry. There'll be a VOD. Unless I, make a mistake.
Yes.
I mean, there'll eventually be a VOD on the YouTube account. Unless my computer starts dying again. Because I got a B-slot for the first time in months. The first time since lowering my RAM speed, actually. I think yesterday is when I got the blue screen, so it's not good. Welcome, David, as well. I cannot tell day from night. I usually can. I often forget what day it is, though. I thought it was Sunday today, but then on Saturday I thought it was Sunday. So I don't actually know what happened on Sunday. And hi, Pix! And Akinyanya, wait. Sleep is for the strong because muscle growth happens during sleep. I see what you did there. Maybe this is, that would explain my new legal alarm, says Akinyanya. Possibly the same. A Yif as well. Welcome. Astrael, hello, hi. And Aspect Dunk. Thank you for the pets and welcome in. Why is my head constantly tilted? Stop that. Okay, let's get through the redeems quickly. We have a Save the Kidneys from Stu, which I've already done. I actually did it after you did the redeem as well. So, actually not getting refunded
delicious
this time.
Plastic cheese.
It's not delicious though. Wait, wrong way. Neon. Hi, welcome. Welcome, Riaz as well. Hi. Hi, Wolfer as well. What is this city cat doing? Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. That, apparently, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me what that is? I don't know what that is. Thank you for the posture check and the hydration stew as well. I'll do them in that order. Yuki having a Zoomies, sorry. Whoa! And hydration. Oh, not scented. That's my noodle fingers trying to open the bottle. That was a loud bottle. You should all hydrate as well. With something like this. Hashtag no sponsor. Neon Nihon Lian.
Nyan cat goes nyan.
Yeah, I think it does. Was cheese price increased? Seems like inflation is hitting the cheese. I don't think I've increased the cheese price in years. I have, however, decreased the hydration and posture check prices. There's a Nyan from Yifrit and also a bee patted. Let me try and do both at the same time. This might be awkward. What's in?
Here, what do you call someone who's really into its century Japanese history? And they go file.
I guess that works. Oh my goodness, what is this? Sliced cheese? What do you mean? Why? What? No, you don't need to do that. Nah! Wait, where's the slice you? Oh my goodness. Got a piece on. Time to switch to the next then. I think that's less likely to happen now than ever. Why is it so spooky? Well, why am I so spooky? Hi, lucky bad thing, welcome. Have the cheese fries be dynamic anyway, I can't speak. Have the cheese fries be increased dynamically based on the recent density of cheese. I have a feeling that like get rate limited very quickly with I'm back. Hi. Yeah. Who said I'll slice you? Where is that? I can never see stuff. Okay, there it is. Oh, it was fixed. Why am I in jail? What did I do? What did I even do? Slap this horror away with cheese? Nope. Please don't. Me? I didn't. Yeah, sorry. I struggle so much to follow a thread, a conversation in Twitch chat. When it's on OBS especially. I don't know what it is. It's like an extra narrow thing combined with all the redeems, and it's like, yeah. Brain, skill issues. And brain problems. That's not what I meant to say there. Spooky jail? Spooky means jail. I'm too afraid. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, would you like to hear something awful? I don't mean news. I don't mean awful news. I mean like something that just sounds nasty. In terms of the quality of the sound itself. Let me prepare this picture that I was trying to prepare earlier to explain what the hell it was, the sound, but I forgot to save the picture locally, so now I'm grabbing it from Discord. My nose is itchy. What the? It has been itchy all day, and now all of a sudden, my window's not even open. Which is why the temperature's gonna be going up now. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Where are we? This thingy. Oh my god, where is it? Documents? That's the wrong documents. Here we are. That's the wrong documents, you literally just went in there. Why are you going in there again? Stupid muscle memory of my hands. There we go. Okay, let me slide this into this screen and slide the other thing onto the other screen. Picture. Oh, picture. That's really cute. What the hell? Okay, so I'm pressing the button now. Boop. Okay, I'm pressing the correct button now. Boop. Oh my god. Okay, 1 second. Let me just sort my nose out. Hold on. I'm gonna mute for a second. Alright, that should keep it at bay for all of 10 seconds. So, this is the tiny little thing that will eventually be the uke brain. This little black thing here. When I say uke brain, I mean the thing that runs the pet long uke Tamagotchi style thing that I'm wanting to make. And right now it's just sitting on this board, so I can easily be testing things out. Here's an Arduino that makes it easy to program it. Like, put the, machine code onto it, whatever. Oh my goodness me! Wow, holy, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hi, non-codes. I was literally just beginning to explain what I'm doing and stuff. This is absolutely perfect timing. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Sorry that I'm sounding like I'm speaking quietly and doing ASMR. It's because I am speaking quietly, but I'm not doing ASMR. It's like 27 minutes past. Jeez! 27 minutes past cheese, exactly. So I'm gonna be quiet because people are sleeping. Welcome! Hi, non-codes. Also, hi, Omni. How is stream? Let me shout you out. Non-codes. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Okay, our shoutouts broken today? Shoutouts are broken today. Nice. Well, I guess shoutouts are broken today. Hold on, let me just do a thing that might make it work. What if it's still ASMR? Well, it's unintentional. Okay, let's see if it works now.
Nyan. Events up a success.
Shush. We need to shout someone out, or to Yuki. Get on it. Nah, it works. I have no idea why. I just restarting fixes it sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna give head pats, even though it looks weird. It always looks weird when a VTuber's doing it to a Flash tuber. But I'm sorry, those the rules. Failed assessment. 9 hours, 10 minutes. 9 hours. Holy, please have some.
Cheese.
Please have some well-earned rest. That's a long stream. Struggling on a lead code problem. Oh damn, what was it? Why are you cheesing me, Omni? Thank you for the follow literally as well. Hi. Welcome. Oh, sorry, I'm slapping the mic. What is happening right now? My frame rate's dipping and it's making... why must my setup betray me when I get a raid? Is that fixed it? I don't even know. Hold on. Let me do a thing quickly. I'm sorry about this. Stuff is lagging and it's making stuff go weird. Have I fixed it? Who knows? Have I fixed it? Anyway, welcome. What was the problem? I'm curious. Was it surely 9 hours for the whole thing? That's incredible patience if it is. Electronic uke brain. Uke experience with implants. Talented cat confirmed. No, not like that. That's a lot of pats. Thank you, Exia. Why am I choosing you? Because there's a throw cheese button. You don't have to press it though. God. I'm gonna take you and distract myself. Yeah, please, take care of yourself, please. That's a really long time. Thank you very much for entrusting your peeps with me. I guess I should introduce myself, huh? Hi, I'm
Cheese.
I'm Cheese. I'm a strange cat. A weird cat, that's it. Right now, I'm kind of working on an electronics project, but not really doing much of the electronics part. It's gonna be programming. I was trying to find an optimal solution. Holy crap, that's wow. That's real dedication. Nice, congrats. I'm curious as to what the project, what the problem actually was, but please take care of yourself. Don't feel pressured to stick around and explain. Yeah, my bell right now on my thingy is making much more noise than it should, and I don't know why it's doing that. I mean, I kind of do, but... Ah! Sorry! Hold on. I gotta make it so you can post a link. What am I doing? I'm getting the wrong windows up. Help! I'm panicking. Okay, you should be able to drop the link now. If you want to. You're gonna have an epiphany 10 minutes into getting your food. Oh no. Yeah, the link got censored by Twitch, but you can try again if you want. It'll work now. I just see a shared ground. Between what and what? I'm not having problems with this. No. This is working fine right now. Thank you for the follow the spots. Also welcome in Xmetrics and HikiDev. Hi. Thank you for the hydration as well. I was just about to explain what is going on. But essentially I'm trying to make like a little like physical Tamagotchi style thing, but instead of it being like, well, the creature, La Criatura is going to be the a little creature known as a long uke. Hold on. What is a long uke, you might ask? Then I would start typing this emote combo. It's this. Well, or that. I guess you could look over there in the Twitter chat. This silly little thing that's like a combination of some emotes. Shared ground between Mega and Breadboard. It's this white wire. So this little chip here is going to be the brains of the operation. This is the microcontroller. This is a brand new STM32 microcontroller. I mean, brand new in the sense that I just bought it the other day, and I've never programmed one before at all. So still massively in like the learning stage of even just how to program one of these. I'm trying to go fairly low level with it. I'm doing it in C, so it's not assembly, but I am trying to do like a lot of like the register accesses myself and everything, rather than using like libraries and hardware abstraction layers and stuff like that just makes the code way bigger and slower. Hi Faffin, hi Memtooth as well. Memtooth is a pretty good name. So is Om Nom Nom. Welcome. We've got Omni and we've got Om Nom now. And sometimes I refer to Omni as Om Nom, so it's gonna get very confusing now. I just have to stop giving people silly nicknames, I guess. Why is my bell making so... You know, let me just do one more thing. Hold on. I'm gonna disappear for one more time. 1 sec. I'm now in the ether, talking to you from the ether. Oh, I wonder if I have to do this. Hold on. Let me try a thing. I'm gonna restart the sound system. 1 sec. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all this messing around that I'm doing right when I've just started the stream, but I'll be right back. You're gonna go deaf for approximately 10 to 15 seconds. Okay, you're back. Hi. Thank you for sticking here. We'll see if this fixes the thing. Thing? There we go, reverb. Thing. I have to have reverb when I'm not here. It's the rules. Okay, here we are, I'm coming back. I'm made with Unity, apparently.
Definitely not connecting.
Shush. Did I fix it? Who knows? This is a problem that only I really notice. So I'm gonna stop talking about it. I wonder if the cheese will land if I yeet it into the void while she's gone. Your points would just disappear. I'm afraid. Also, hi, how do I pronounce that name? Strovinkel? Hi, how did I end up here? You may have just come from Nancodes. Spot on. I recognize Dutch heuristics in a name when I see them. VTubers and Scuff name a more iconic duo. Yes, okay. It was quite the raid. I'm hoping she's getting some rest now because she was streaming for 9 hours apparently. Okay, so here's the brain. What I wanted to have in the end, this little Tamagotchi style thing, is an LCD and a little speaker as well on the back, and I want to be able to play back little bits of speech. But because this only has 32 kilobytes of space on it for like everything, the code and anything else like sprite data and, you know, stuff, sound, I can't just store the sounds like raw, where like every single waveform position is stored as its own byte. So I'm using an encoding called LPC10. Thank you for the follow __ potato. Oh no, underscore. Shit. Hot electronics? 32 kilobyte Game Boy cartridge? I guess so, but if the Game Boy's firmware itself were also on that cartridge, maybe I can run Tetris? Yeah, I'm sure that could be made. The Tetris for an LCD. Like to run on the same LCD is what I mean, sorry. The LCD, by the way, I have a photo of that as well. It looks a little something like this. The front and the back. That's what they look like before they're soldered on stuff. This was it being probed by an oscilloscope the other day. Anyway, so yeah, so I'm using this highly compressed audio called known as LPC10, which is like a format that was developed in I think the 80s. Also, I'm sorry about this like subtle buzzy whiny noise whenever I speak. That's the fan from the oscilloscope, which I'll probably be using on this stream. Yes, LPC10. So this is a format where every 25 milliseconds, which is 40 times per second, a new frame of audio is decoded, and this frame tells you what the pitch should be, how loud it should be, whether it's voiced or not, so whether it's like ah or ah, and 10 coefficients that like describe in some way how to filter the sound into like the sound of the mouth shape and stuff, which is maths that's far beyond my understanding. And but thankfully I don't need to understand it that much to get it to work. If I did understand it better, I'm sure I could optimize it a little bit, but as it stands, there is an Arduino library called Talkie that is designed to decode this, and this is a version that I've modified a lot, because originally this was for originally it was for like the Arduino, right, which is an AVR microcontroller, and I optimized it a whole bunch to make it faster for the Arduino, because originally I was just going to use the same chip as on an Arduino for this project, because I'm used to using those AVR microcontrollers. That's nice. I've even done a tiny bit of assembly for them, and so yeah, great, right? Unfortunately, it uses too much power. It takes like somewhere around I can't remember, like somewhere around 10 milliamps. Well, this is what the entire board drew, so it's inaccurate. Oh no, this is actually 10 milliamps. Never mind. This was when I was running it just by itself on a breadboard, so I could actually... What is this HH? What the... I thought it said hi for a second. I thought someone was typing hi to me. There's this random HH here. Anyway, but yeah, it uses too much power. About 10 milliamps. And when it's in its deep sleep mode, it's still pulling like a milliamp, which is a lot for doing nothing. Which is what led me to look into this microcontroller instead. This, this one. Because this thing, rather than using a milliamp when it's in the low power sleep, can pull less than a microamp. 1,000 times less power. That's absolutely crazy. When it's in its deep sleep mode. And yeah, when it's running, it also pulls less power. Not that much less, but less. Thank you for the follow Memtooth as well. Also watching hockey will be in and out. No worries, Faf, no worries. No watchies? No worries. Enjoy the hockey. Growls would go so hard. Tamagotchi with FM. Oh, I love FM. I've made some FM music. You could always debug an SPI flash on top of the STM32. Oh, deadbug, not debug, sorry, deadbug. To get some more space. That's true. That's true. You have to learn how to do that. Debug. Also, hi Akankaze! Welcome. FIPS137 LPC10 is the same. I don't know. There are multiple implementations of LPC10. For example, SOX, SOX, or Sound Exchange, which is a program for converting audio and processing audio and stuff, has its own implementation of LPC10, but it's like bytecode incompatible, if you like the actual format is incompatible, unfortunately, with this one. It sounds better than this one as well, but it's not compatible with this one, so there you go. So there's that. Hi Monkero, welcome. Small M. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So yeah, recently I've just been like learning how to do very basic things with this microcontroller. I've been trying to learn how to use timers. So there are basically hardware timers inside the microcontroller. Basically you can write some magic values to some special registers, and that sets up these things that are on the chip that will basically be timing down or counting up, and the way I'm using them is they count down from a set value, and when they count down, it keeps going down 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and when it tries to go below 0, that's an underflow, and that when that happens, that you can tell the timer to do something special when that happens, basically. You can either tell it to fire an interrupt, so a little bit of your code will run then and like precisely then, which is a useful thing for making sure things happen at exactly the right time. And also, you can the timers can control a pin on the chip directly with no intervention from the CPU. You can just have it so that when they reset, you can make the pin go high, and then when they get below a certain value, the pin goes low again, or vice versa. So you can change like polarities and stuff. And that's like for free in the sense that the CPU does nothing, which is super, super nice. It costs you a tiny bit in power consumption. But yeah. Yuke is making a worm? Kind of. Why is my bell so noisy and my thing so laggy? It's the same reason like for both. I mean like one causes the other, but I don't know why my thing's laggy. Anyway, so just last night I think I ported over the code from the AVR, the Arduino. This thing called Talkie, which is not written originally by me. It's originally written by someone named Peter Knight. And yeah, so I ported over my already modified version of this. So this is like a modified version of a modified version. So it needs some work. But just today, I connected up this other stuff on the circuit, which will allow us to listen to it. So basically, here's basically what happens currently. So we have two cheeses, exactly. There are two cheeses on this, precisely. The first cheese, the first timer, outputs a PWM signal, which is basically a way of approximating outputs that are not just fully on or fully off by pulsing on and off really quickly. It's like really commonly used for dimming LEDs. Cheese. Why cheese? I said LEDs, not LED cheese. So one of these timers is just like toggling a pin on and off and on off and off and off and off really quickly at approximately
cheese
kilohertz, exactly. Cheese kilohertz. 65 kilohertz. Higher than. Man, I'm getting cheesed. Even literally is cheesing me. I mean, I just met them and they're already throwing cheese at me. Did I say hi Nuge? Hi Nuge. Oh, hold on. We have a poem.
Yuki stares at the board with a shrug and a hum, muttering something about worms and voltage gone numb. The Smith sleeps on cue, conserving each cycle like dreams do.
Eventually.
See code wriggles through bits and pins. Power-saving quirks and quiet wins. Nothing's clear, but everything flows small ones maybe, but that's how it goes.
Yeah. Smez will always be a funny way that she pronounces that. Yeah, I'm currently not doing power saving yet. Well, I mean, deep sleeps for power saving yet. These are made sure you hydrate as first impression. True. Thank you about that. Thank you for that. How is the Yuke? I'm alright. Very, like, lethargic. Or I was before I started streaming. Streaming does help me feel a little less lethargic. But it's difficult to start. Hope the Nuge is doing alright. So one timer is running at like 65 kilohertz. That's just toggling a pin that quickly. Sometimes it puts the pin high for only a tiny amount of time and then stays low for a long time. Sometimes it's like high, low in equal proportions, and sometimes it's high for a long time and then just dips down and then goes back high again. But the frequency is always the same. And by changing how wide that is, well, it's spending more time on than off. And then if you smooth that out a bit, you then have like a smoothly changing voltage, somewhere between high and low. That's pulse width modulation. And the second timer is for second timer is running at a speed that is the sampler rate of the audio. So I'm just focusing on audio right now. So that's 8 kilohertz. So that one's firing much slower. Not 65 kilohertz, but 8. And every time that timer fires, every time that timer underflows, that one triggers an interrupt, and that's when we calculate the next, like, waveform position, if you like, the next sample that needs to be output. And the way we output it is through the pulse width modulation of the first timer. So they're working together like that. And the PWM comes out of this purple wire, and it goes through a resistor into this little transformer here. This is the way that we can listen to it now. And so yeah, it goes in here, and it comes out the other side, and then into a headphone jack, and then this goes up to my sound card. So we can hear the horrible noise in high quality now, rather than just having it connected to a speaker, which is how I was doing with the Arduino, with a little amplifier. Now it's like gone midnight, I can't really be having squeaky sounds waking people up, so... Hysteresis? I'm not sure what you mean. Hi, Kelvin Shade. Welcome. Hoi. But yeah, going through this transformer, like, protects this board from my sound card and protects my sound card from this board. No longer can they, like, hurt each other with, like, you know, grounding issues or shorting when I plug this plug in, or like DC offset from this board going into my sound card, upsetting the sound card and stuff like that. They're electrically isolated, which is nice. So big peace of mind as far as that's concerned. I probably won't have a transformer eventually. I'll have like a little dedicated tiny little amplifier chip, but we don't need that right now. So would you like to hear it? This is the very first time I had heard it. This is how it sounded the very first time I heard it. I haven't modified it since then, and I only heard it like this for the first time, maybe 2 hours ago. And then it took me that long to prepare to start streaming, but don't think about it too much. Because I have it recorded already, and we can have a look at it. Ta-da! And this is like a really high sample rate recording. This sound interface can record at 192 kilohertz, which is high enough that you get to see the pulse width modulation. So when you look at it on a spectrogram, let me zoom way out vertically, you can see there's this big, like, loud squeak running all the way through, roughly 65 kilohertz. And the stuff we care about is like all the way down here. Which, at such a high sample rate, looks kind of bad. But anyway. So, this is the annoying thing that we want to filter out with the circuitry, actually, but normally with the sound card will just do that itself normally if you record at a lower sample rate. So if we were just to resample this to like something sensible, like, then it's not there anymore. Anyway, I just wanted to record it like that so I could see it. So at the beginning there's just this, it doesn't look nice and clean and square because the sample rate's not high enough, but if this were nice, if this were even higher sample rate, like, I don't know, 10 megahertz or something, then this would look like a square wave, 50-50. Thankfully, there's an oscilloscope that I can use to demonstrate that. But anyway, what I'm gonna do is, I'm just gonna press play, and you'll get to hear a sound that sounds kind of nasty. Let me show you how it's meant to sound first. This is how it's meant to sound. This is a little bit of me recording for training a voice that is the long uke that is used when, like training a TTS voice for something that's used on a redeem on my channel called Ask Long Uke, which is disabled right now, but it's like a little thing that can go across the screen, and she can, like, you can ask a question and it responds and uses this voice. So it's just a little bit of speech from that. And it's meant, what it's saying is like snail too, as in like originally it was saying uke snail too, as in like I'm a snail too, and then slow uke go, and then slow nyan 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 nyan. The reason it's saying sort of weird things, by the way, is because these were actual things that were output as a response by her in the past by the little LLM, which is run locally, by the way. I'm not supporting the non-open AI or anything. Anyway, here's how it's meant to sound. Snail 2. Slow, slow you go. Slow, slow, nyan, 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 nyan. But here's how it currently sounds on here. And I'm honestly surprised it works as well as it does, but it's not quite right. So the pitch and stuff is actually correct. It doesn't move through the audio at the correct rate. I know exactly why that is, so I can fix that. But I just want to show you what this is like if we play it way slowed down, because we can't hear that 65 kilohertz annoying noise, right? But what if we could? What if I play it at 1% speed? A weird sounding cat? Kinda. 10 hour, 1000 times slowed? So what's actually being output is something that's more like this. And then eventually we get to the part, so this is meant to be silent, by the way. So it's 50% up, 50% down, 50% up, 50% down. So it averages out to like the halfway point. And eventually we get to this point, which is where the speech begins. And it starts sounding like this. I don't know if you can hear it. Hang on, let me skip to a bit where it's louder. To me, this almost sounds like radio communication or something. Which is kind of amusing. So that's basically what the PWM actually sounds like, which is kind of fun. Hold on, let's just play this bit. That actually is this at 1% speed. That's the waveform going up, down, up, down, up, down. Or being approximated like that to that by the PWM. Which is kind of fun. And if we low pass it to remove the annoying squeak, then as if by magic, ta-da! The PWM is kind of gone and we're just left with this. Which sounds identical, but when slowed down, we no longer get much of the beep. It's just the wave moving up and down now. Just kind of fun. Anyway, let's close this for now. The sound design. Thanks. When I was 16,
The noise just took the garbage file, or soft whispers, near and sparse, slip gently in the wireless ear, or hush that only Newt could hear. Yet Newt returned still warm, still whole,
Glad you
breath
said.
and thought and tethered soul. They say I'm here, the Newt then said, still walking with her in the head.
aww, welcome back from taking the rubbish out. Heartbeat sounds kinda kick drum sample, could be. Welcome in Jalma, hi. Welcome. When I was 16, I played WAVs through the PC speaker as square waves and had so much fun playing them during class. That's very cool. Like the internal thing that normally just does the beeps and boops. Also, hi Emmy Foxy. Welcome. The aliens are coming. Welcome in Wing R84. Sorry, as my mouth was moving before it should have. Hi everyone. The test screen to a T. Hi Hitch. That's very cool. Can't keep my eyes open. Please see well, David. Please see well. I appreciate you not destroying your sleep schedule just because of me. So, here's how things currently are. Would you like to see something that looks really nasty in the code? because I was wanting to learn what every single bit in a register did, I ended up laying things out like this. This one string of zeros and ones controls all these different things. This is what I needed to do to switch which oscillator the system on the chip is running on. So basically change the speed that the CPU is being clocked at. There are multiple oscillators available inside it. Some of them are like better efficiency at certain speeds, and some of them are just like made for like low speed and stuff like that. And you can just turn them on or off and then connect the output of that oscillator to the rest of the system. I would say the CPU, but it's also like broken out and used to clock other things like timers and serial ports and stuff. Am I understanding this right? It's SVG audio. SVG audio. In the sense that it's compressed rather than being like vector. Kind of. Actually, kind of. You're actually probably even more close to a yes than you might realize, because the one thing that I tried to implement in the thing that decodes the LPC10 speech is interpolation. So basically, the default talkie library didn't do interpolation, which means basically smoothly moving from one thing to another. So the volume used to go up in steps every 20 milliseconds or 25, and the pitch would jump and the mouth shape would jump and stuff. But I implemented interpolation, and so that's the thing now. So it is actually like vector kind of, right? Like there's a line moving from one thing to another now. Did I figure out the clock? Oh my god, eventually, yeah. This took a long time. The name of the game, or the weird sound design, is Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. That is an oddly specific name. I mean, I guess you know what you're getting. I've coded my first 6 scripts. Hi, Ziposaurus. No longer using shitty AI, it actually feels good when I solve things. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! C#, okay. I'm not a huge fan of C#, but I rant about that enough, so I shouldn't. What's important is that you're getting something out of it. So the way that you have to do this to change the clock, which I couldn't work out before, so I'm selecting something irrelevant. This is irrelevant. What you have to do is you have to turn on. Okay, so by default it runs with what's called the medium speed internal oscillator. This is something that runs at like 2.1 megahertz by default, and unfortunately that wasn't quite fast enough to be able to decode the speech in real time, which I'm actually really surprised about, but we'll get into that in a minute. And I wanted to switch to the so-called high-speed internal 16 megahertz oscillator. But I didn't want to run it at the full 16 megahertz, so there are ways that you can tell it to run at lower speeds. You can divide that clock down. So I wanted to divide it down to 4 megahertz, so I was like, well, 2 isn't enough, maybe 4 is enough. It kind of is, just barely. Anyway, so what you have to do is, first you have to say, okay, please turn on this oscillator. This is something that was missing when I was like trying to make it work before, and I couldn't work out why it wasn't working. You have to like say, please turn on the oscillator, please turn on the divider, and then you have to monitor the status to wait until the oscillators become stable and the divider is having an effect. And then at that point, you can change the system clock source to the high speed one. And afterwards, you could also turn off the medium speed one. But it turns out that just having the oscillator on, but going nowhere, uses like such little power that I couldn't even measure it with my multimeter, so I might as well just keep it running. So the idea now is that most of the time when I'm not playing sound, I can run on the slower, lower power, medium speed oscillator, and then when I need to play sound, I switch over to the high speed one. And then I turn it off again afterwards. And because I'm going to need to go back to the medium speed one, I just keep it running all the time. That way I don't have to like wait for it to initialize. Like it takes like very little time to initialize, but like it's not really using any power. Why make things more complicated than they need to be? Just keep it on and it's ready when you need it. Calling a 60 MHz oscillator high speed is cute. Well, the high speed internal oscillator can be routed through something called a PLL, which can increase the speed of it, multiply it by quite a lot. Up to 96 megahertz, they say is okay. Technically, you could push it further, but I don't know, something's probably going to go wrong. There are warnings not to do that in the datasheet, so I don't know. It's Quake mod basically, but hilarious. Oh really? Interesting. The Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. Interesting. Spent 2 weeks back on Linux. Now creating games for college. Certified femboy. something femboy pipeline, something Linux. I don't know. I feel like there's a meme there somewhere. Are these memory mapped registers? Do you just write to memory location to change them? Yes. Yes, I do. And some of these bits are like changed by the hardware itself. And some of them the hardware pays attention to when we set them. So, yeah. Within the same register, which is a little strange, I guess, but... Oh my goodness me! Hi, Wolfus! Wow! Welcome! How was your stream? I embarrassed myself once by going to your stream and saying, oh my god, is that the you who used to make the Toho animations? And it's been living rent-free in my head that I said these awkward things on your stream before. I'm sorry for saying them. Hi! Welcome! Welcome in Hamflo, welcome in Slime Molder, welcome in Maya33, the Tuhu guy, yeah. True, that's me. Yeah, very, very cool. I had no idea you streamed until relatively recently. Anyway, how was your stream? Let me shout you out, see if shoutouts are still working. They stopped working earlier. Oh, they're working again, nice. It's a very recognizable style. Oh my god, no way. Wait. You're doing good at game dev as well? Wow, that's pretty cool. I say as well, I'm not actually using Godot myself, but I have a bunch of friends who are. So, that's really cool. What are you working on? Thank you for the follow. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the follow. Also, T-Gov? I really don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then Maya33, thank you. I'm gonna try to pronounce that correctly. Is it Cinco de Mayo? I also only discovered today that that's like a thing. I'm like, you know, culturally uneducated. So yay! Congratulations, even though it's the 6th of May here now, which means it's definitely the 6th of May in Spain. Or Mexico. Wait, no, Mexico wouldn't be, would it? Spain it would. How do time zones work? It's far more Western, right? How do time zones work? Cinco, I see. Bresh code of YouTuber, kinda. Hi, welcome in Ryan Bareback. Hi. Anyway, yeah, I hope you're streaming well. I'd like to know if you're interested. Oh, 2D platformer games, sorry. Maybe I should read the response instead of just asking the question again. Nice. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool indeed. The, like, I started off with Unity, which is what the streaming setup is made in, by the way. All this, the things. Hi, it's me. I should introduce myself. Hi. Okay, I'm done. I started off with Unity because, like, I already had an avatar that I wanted to use for VTubing because I used to play VR chat. Because when you make something in VR chat, an avatar, to upload it, you have to use Unity. Which is a bit weird, but that's just how it is. Also, I'm sorry for, like, speaking this quiet way. It's like 1 AM and people are sleeping in the next room, so... So, yeah. So now, like I never actually used C# until then. Are you using C# or are you using GDScript? I'm curious. Either way, because I got used to Unity, Godot confuses my brain. The node, like, hierarchy system is confuses me a bit. GDScript, I see. By the way, please don't feel pressured to, like, be staying and talking. Please, like, take care of yourself. I know you've been streaming. Hydrate and eat and stuff. You write music as well? I do. I just finished making a trance song for the first ever time. Actually, it's the first time I've made a full-length song of any kind. And yeah, this code you're looking at here, please... Shit, I had it on this extremely messy screen with these comments during the raid time. I should scroll away. Get out of here. Be gone. Shush, didn't see any of that. But yeah, I'm learning to code for a microcontroller that looks a little bit like this, and currently is in a setup that looks exactly like this because this is a photo from like 2 hours ago or something. It's gonna be like a little Tamagotchi kind of thing, but like a physical, actual real one, and with a derpy little character and some audio, and I'm like working on the audio stuff right now. Just because I've already done the audio stuff in the past for an Arduino, I haven't done the graphics stuff like ever before, like controlling an LCD of the kind that I'll be using, so I thought I'd start with the stuff I'm kind of used to. Yeah. I also have never used this microcontroller before either, so a huge learning curve kind of moment going on right now, but and I'm trying to like learn how everything works like at a low level, which is why I'm like setting every register myself and like trying to make notes of what every pin actually, every bit actually means, and it's like there's still some things I don't understand. But anyway, so currently you missed the ear hurting part. I should plug it in, and actually let's get this up on screen, then I can show you like the live. Oh, it's still talking. Why is it still talking? I cannot see the oscilloscope view. Why is that? Oh, because I turned it off in the wrong place. There we are. So this is like a live view of an oscilloscope, and the frame rate is crap. I don't know why it's only updates are like a few frames per second on the web interface, but it's like super smooth on the actual screen. Maybe one day I'll get a camera to look at the screen and you can have smooth lines. Also, I'm sorry that my bell is making noise right now, like more noise than it should be. This is like everything is kind of scuffed right now. I'm not quite sure why that's happening. I mean, it's because my setup's running at a slow frame rate, but I don't know why that's happening either, so... Anyway. Oh, apparently I also just lost connection to Twitch because it's telling me welcome to the chat room. I don't know if I missed any messages, but apparently I got disconnected. My brain filters the bell sounds. I'm glad. I'd rather that than you get annoyed. Okay, so the pin I'm monitoring right now, this is the output of... Wait, which one is gonna... Wait, which one is it? Probably I should use the other trace, because that one will be stabilized on the screen nicely. So when I plug this in, you're gonna hear a rather nasty sounding output. I'm sorry. It's because it's not working right now, so it sounds extra nasty, and I'm gonna try and make it sound nicer in a minute. And it's saying something so obscure that you probably wouldn't be able to make it out even if it was playing back correctly, but let's see. I'm just gonna power it up, and you should hear it, and on the pink line you should see the pulse width modulation output that I talked about right before the raid, so I should probably explain it again, but I'm gonna turn the volume down preemptively. Let's see. Wait, now I can't hear it. Oh, it's going to unmute this. Amazing. You can see them like, you can see the way it looks like more noisy when it gets loud. Anyway, let's turn that down for a moment. So, the reason why the speech is playing way too slowly is because I am foolishly, I made like a really simple sleep function, and all the sleep function does is just sit like burning CPU cycles, in the sense that like it's just doing nothing in a loop, which works fine, and this does indeed sleep for the correct amount of time, roughly, if nothing else is happening in the background with like interrupts. But if there are interrupts, if the CPU is actually doing things, then this like cycle of the right number of nothings to do in order to let, you know, waste a certain amount of time, like if you wanted to wait 1 millisecond, then there's a certain number of nothings that it can do, no operations. Yeah, but if it's like, whenever it's like generating speech, an interrupt happens, and so this cycle of nothings gets interrupted, it has to do the code to generate the next waveform sample, then it comes back to this cycle of nothings. And time has passed during the making of that next wave sample, the speech sample. But this is not going to compensate for that, so it's going to keep on waiting for longer, much longer than it should. So firstly, the problem is that I'm using a naive sleep here still, which was fine when nothing else was happening, but now that there are also interrupts, this no longer works. So I want to make a sleep that is based on a timer, I think, so that I can have like a knowledge of the passage of time that's correct, even if there's stuff going on in the background. Yeah, that's alternatively, I can just have it generate the speech in a different how do I explain? Okay, so here's how the speech actually works. Let's break it down slightly. So this right here, this is this modified version of the talkie library. So when you wanted to say something, you pass in a pointer to the start of some compressed LPC10, the speech data. That's what this horrifically long line of code is. Show more brackets. Oh, you can't see. Show more brackets 1.5 kilobytes. So you pass in the pointer to the start of that, and this code like reads individual bits from there. Like the data straddles multiple bytes, or straddles the byte boundaries in order to pack in data to a smaller amount as possible. So it reads 5 bits for this one, 4 bits for this one, 6 bits for this, and yeah. It does this all in a loop. And once it's read enough for the next frame of sound, that's the next 25 milliseconds of sound, it, these things get set here. This is what various parameters in like the synthesizer thing, that is the function that generates the waveform that fires at 8,000 times a second, because that's the sample rate. It sets these, which are used in that interrupt for synthesizing the sound. Like it sets a new pitch, basically. The period is just 1 divided by the pitch, so there's basically an inverted version of the pitch. The energy, which is basically the volume, and then these things, which are mouth shape, kind of. And then once that's happened, this thing's job is done, so it just sleeps. This is the original code of this library before I ported it. It slept for 25 milliseconds, but the thing is, the code from the AVR, the sleep or the delay on the AVR actually delays for milliseconds, even if there's stuff happening in interrupts, because it uses timers to make sure that it's actually sleeping for 25 milliseconds. So here we want to wait for 25 milliseconds to pass, while it just keeps synthesizing the voice in this new state. But we're waiting too long here. So, an alternative way that we could do this is we could, rather than just waiting for time to pass here, what we could do is, what would be the best way to do this? What would be the best way to do this? We could basically make the function that whose job it is to generate an audio sample, we could make that decode the next frame if it's just generated the last sample of a frame. And we know that there are 200 samples in a frame, because if we do some quick math, then we have 8,000 samples in a second, because that's the sample rate. And then if we do one... Wait, how do you do this again? No, what am I trying to do? I'm trying... Oh, wait, literally it says right there. There are 25 milliseconds, so 1,000 divided by 25. This is... the... No... Wait, what is that? That is the... number of frames per second. And so the number of samples per second is the sample rate divided by the number of frames per second, which is 200. Anyway, the point is, we could just make it so that every 200 samples, we prepare the next frame's information. And we could do that without needing to sit in a tight loop here. And that would make this code become kind of asynchronous, but not the scary kind of C# asynchronous, like just the nice, the fancy interrupt style asynchronous, where we can do things, and when it's time for something to happen and an interrupt fires, we do it, and then, you know, so we, like, for example, we could be drawing to the LCD while the sound plays instead of just sitting here doing nothing. So we'd need to change this a little bit. We'd need to move some of this stuff into like its own function kinda, and then have the sample generating interrupt call that function after its output stuff. I think that's what I'll do. So it prepares the next sample basically. I think that's what I'll do. Thread. Is it on its own thread? There isn't really a concept of threads here. The only thing that's running is our code. There is no operating system. So there's just like a program counter, like, so there's like a one variable points to where the code is executing right now in the program code that's stored in the flash memory on this little chip, and it just moves along, executing the next thing, and then sometimes when enough time has passed, an interrupt can fire and say, hey, I know you're moving along just in a row until the code tells you to jump somewhere or whatever. I know you're just following the instructions, but stop! I'm interrupting you. It's time to do something else right now. And it makes a note of exactly where that program counter was, and like what the variables and stuff in CPU registers were. And then it jumps to some other special function called an interrupt service routine. And this is just a code that runs when the interrupt runs. And it is in this case, it's this function here, which is quite scary, which is the one that makes, I mean, it's scary looking, the one that makes the next sample of when you. And when that finishes, by the way, the last thing this does is it changes the duty cycle of the pulse width modulation. So it changes something in one of the timers. The timer that's doing those really fast 65 kilohertz pulses to approximate different voltages for the speaker. It changes that. This is the end result, is after it's calculated what the waveform position should be, it says that. And then once that's done, once that's done, it jumps back to wherever it made a note of before it got rudely interrupted by that timer, and it continues. So it can only ever be doing one thing at once, but interrupts can kind of give you the illusion of doing multiple things at once. You're not really doing multiple things at once. I mean, you know, any single core CPU is not really doing multiple things at once. It's just switching between them very quickly, but yeah, so at least doing it that way would mean that you don't just have to be sitting around twiddling your thumbs waiting until it's next, you know, until the next frame should play. Fancy task switch? Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah, absolutely, actually, that is what it is. But the really nice thing is that it's like very accurate timing as well. So yeah, decoding the next frame is actually going to take some time, but hopefully it's not going to sound too bad. There probably will be a tiny bit of slowdown actually, in the sense that it'll probably like miss the bus, if you like. And I'm talking about like in the transport sense. I'm not talking about computer sense. This is an analogy that like the timer says, hey, it's time to go, time to draw your next sample, but it hasn't yet finished being in the interrupt service routine for the previous tick. And so what will happen in the case of this microcontroller is it just won't do it. It'll miss the timing, and we'll just the speaker position won't change in that time, and effectively we'll just get it like the speaker will just stay the same value. Basically, the sound will freeze for the duration of one sample. And maybe that's so small you won't notice it, or maybe you'll be hearing an annoying little glitch happening 40 times per second, which is going to make itself known as like an annoying background buzz the whole time. Not sure. In any case, what I could do to mitigate that is just get the CPU to run faster. But obviously that uses more power, and I'm trying to minimize power consumption. But we'll see. If it sounds awful, we can speed it up a little bit. Hopefully the power draw won't be too much. I can measure it and we'll see how bad it is. That's one of the things I want to try. I want to see how much more power it takes when I run it at 6 MHz instead of 4 MHz, which is running it right now. Suddenly, an explanation of SMB frame rules, SMB1 frame rules. Wait, Super Mario Bros? I thought you were talking about Samba for a sec, like the file sharing thing on Windows. So wait a minute, what? I didn't know anything about that. When an interrupt takes away execution from the main code, it jumps to your interrupt handler routine, where interrupts are temporarily disabled so you don't end up stacking interrupt routine. Yes, it's only disabled for this interrupt, I think. I'm not sure. This CPU and this microcontroller has like the concept of interrupt priorities, and I'm not exactly sure how that works. I do know that I have to manually so when the interrupt happens, a bit in a register becomes 1, and this is like a bit that you can check to see oh, okay, this interrupt is because of the timer underflowing or something. But you do have to manually turn that bit off again, put it back to 0. Otherwise, the interrupt will never fire again. This is something I didn't realize at first, and I was very confused by like why my interrupts were not firing. And I was like, wait, do I have to manually set this bit to 0 after the ISR has run? And the answer is yes, I do. Otherwise, there's a whole lot of nothing. There, that's what this does. So this is the interrupt service routine. What it does is it calls the make sample function, and then I have to turn off this bit. Oh wait, no, it's the opposite. Wait, it's the opposite. It's not that it stopped running, it's that it... Wait, it kept refiring? I completely forgot that. Yeah, it wasn't that it never fired again, it's that it just immediately refired when it exited. Like, you know, as soon as this closes, as soon as this function stops running, it immediately ran again. Even though, like, an 8,000th of a second had not yet passed. Right! I totally forgot about that. That was only like yesterday and I've already forgotten. This is terrible. I'm meant to be learning things and I've already forgotten. I learned this in my computer architecture class. Nice. So Cortex M, so it's got the fancy NVIC stuff. Yeah, that's what it calls it. Nested vector interrupt controller, and I know like some of those words. I don't know them in that order, but I know some of those words. The bus analogy is mimetic when explaining how there's a frame rule when finishing a level. Not sure if I were explaining something you already know or not. No, actually, I don't know much about that. I never had a Nintendo. A NES. Game Boy has an intro to flag for LCD, audio, input, etc. And it handles them in a fixed order when set. That sounds much more easy to deal with. If they're happening in a fixed order, you'll know that, like if the input happens, then you'll know that, you know, if that you're handling someone pressing A, for example, that you'll know that that information is up to date when you start drawing the frame, that kind of thing. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to use interrupts for the input on this thing, by the way, because it's not going to be timing critical. They're just going to be a few buttons for you to like go through menus and things, but like as long as we're pulling that like a few tens of times per second, it'll be okay. Maybe I will. I don't know. I'll see how it goes. I'll see. I haven't looked into interrupts based on like pins yet, if you know what I mean. Based on the input to pins on the microcontroller, like buttons and stuff. I haven't looked to see how that works. Because what I'll be doing is I'll be going into like the low power sleep state between drawing frames. So like it draws a frame, like it shoots out a load of data to the LCD and then just sits in, like it basically goes to sleep for half a second. That's what I wanted to do. Like if you want 2 frames a second, it just shoots out a frame, then it just like goes into that really deep sleep for half a second and wakes up, sends a frame, and then goes into the deep sleep. And because the deep sleep is such lower power, that should actually make a big difference to the power, the energy used over time. Putting once the frame is what it always ends up. Okay, let's see if we can change this code. I'm gonna make a quick backup to this before I do these changes, because I doubt my abilities and I don't want to mess it up. So this is before async talkie. Alright, let's do it. I now have the peace of mind to know that if I completely screw this up, it can be undone. But I need to change some of this stuff. You can see like experimentation was being done with all this commenting out and stuff. Also, a lot of this code is like still in the optimized for the 8-bit microcontroller state, whereas this is a 32-bit microcontroller, where it's like fastest to do things to 32-bit data types. So since we're now working on 32-bit data types, we can actually get kind of slightly better quality. Where before I was like cutting corners to reduce things down to 8 bits to make it faster for the little AVR. Bless his heart. But I haven't undone that yet. Okay, so we actually want basically all of this stuff, all of this to happen when it's time to render a new frame, if you like. So we should take this out of here. We are not going to sleep. Let's see, let's do void talkie, what should I call this? Load new frame. Seems descriptive enough. Let's slide this over. Gotta define it in here as well. This will be private, I think. Energy, where's energy defined? Energy is defined there. Why is it up there all by itself? Also, why is it still 8-bit? Man, some of this stuff is like still 8-bit. I thought I changed this all to 32-bit. Well, whatever. I know this currently works in this state, so let's work out converting it into this new async way, if you like. It's not really async, but whatever. And then we'll worry about the other stuff later. So while energy is not equal to 0xf, so this is the we've finished playing audio marker. So actually we need a way to stop when we're done. How do we stop when we're done? How would we stop? I guess I should do like this. Like I guess what I should say, this equals 0. And I need like some flag to say whether we should... Basically I need the speech timer to stop running. That's what I need to do. So I think all this setup code for this timer that's currently in my main file, I want to move into the talkie file because it's talkie that should be controlling this timer for this. So it should turn on this timer when it's time, haha, and then turn it off when the speech finishes. That's what I want to do. Is it less efficient using UNDT? That's what I found when I was testing the other day. Hold on, I took some screenshots and then combined them into one. So this was some code that was running, it's not running anymore, but when it was using the signed 8 data type, which is as big as it needed to be, it was taking 10.97 microseconds to do a thing over and over and over. And then when I changed it to signed 32-bit, it was only taking 9.77, which is not a huge difference because like it wasn't not the entire code, it was manipulating this one variable, but like it's significant, right? You know, like it's like a noticeable difference. So yeah, and this percentage here, this is basically a percentage of how much CPU time has been used effectively, because what this is measuring is how long as a percentage a pin stayed high versus how long it stayed low. And what I was doing is I was putting the pin high and then doing the work and then putting the pin low and waiting for the next timer to run down the... So effectively this is like how much of that time was spent busy. So it's like a CPU load indicator kind of. So there's not really any difference between signed 8-bit and signed 16-bit. But there was a difference between those two and 32-bit. So because I'm like paranoid and wanting this to be as fast as possible, I am wanting to change the data type to 32-bit, even though that's a huge waste of RAM. We've only got 8 kilobytes of RAM to work with. But that is still 4 times the RAM that the Arduino Uno has. So, you know, although we're using 4 times as much RAM, we also have 4 times as much RAM to go around, so... it should be okay. It should be okay. I don't think I need to put a huge amount in RAM. Like, for example, an entire frame buffer for the LCD uses, I think, 500 and something bytes. Call it 600, round up, to be on the safe side, which is fine. That's absolutely fine. Would rewrite all the code to save 2% performance. The thing is, like, this isn't like a really timing critical thing as well, you know? Like, this is sound generation and you've got to do this. It's got to get the job done within this many microseconds, otherwise it's gonna You're gonna hear it. Even though it's gonna be crap audio quality. I'm not trying to pretend this is gonna be like amazing hi-fi audio or anything. Okay, all of this is coming out of here now. Get out of there and get into here. Let's make a thing called... Where should I put this? Somewhere near the top. That. Void talkie. Init. Timer. Init bruv. Init blood. Oh, we need to import the timer. Or include, rather. This is not Python. Is it import in... Wait, I'm already importing it. Wait, what's the problem then? What? Oh, is this just because I haven't put it in here yet? It's not. Is it import in Godot as well? Because I know Godot sort of... Oh, GD script, I should say. I know GD script is like... kind of... resembles Python a lot. GPIO, timer... Why is it... Huh? Why is it... Do you need to include things in here? I'm feeling very stupid right now. Well, I'm not understanding why it's saying they're not defined. Then I look up LPC10. No traditional bit depth. Yeah, it's like a description of how to do things. 24-bit 48 kilohertz. No, right now the output is just via pulse width modulation, and the pulse width modulation that I'm using right now is 6-bit, which is lower than I wanted. But stuff. It has to be that low in order to be fast enough to make it such a high frequency that it can easily be filtered out by the electronics before it goes into the amplifier. We need to like remove that squeak. Crunchy, a little bit crunchy. What, okay, why are we seeing these annoying warnings? Why is this happening? Well, they're not warnings, they're errors. Why is this not defined? I'm very confused. Oh! These are my... Okay. Right, never mind. These are not the official definitions, because for some reason these were not officially defined in the library. So I had to... Okay, that explains it. I might as well just move this into Talkie. Talkie's gonna be the one in control of this timer. Maybe I'll eventually put these into their own library, I probably should. Okay, nice, we don't have one there. Right, there's not gonna be a loop in the end, but what we're going to do is set up the timer. So essentially we're gonna load a new frame to begin with. And then we're going to init the timer. Although I guess what we should actually do is init the timer first, and then load new frame in case the very first frame is an end of frame sample. Otherwise, you know, because that's going to shut down the timer. So we don't want to like run this, which might shut down the timer, and then run this, which starts up the timer again. So this is when we need to stop. So... I'm gonna comment this out for now. There are some notes in there that are useful to me, so I'm not gonna delete it just yet. Okay, so in the load new sample... Oh, there's one person. I don't normally have my phone this big, I just have it this big right now. Sorry, load new frame. I just have it this big right now to try and make it easier to see on stream. Okay, so we do all this. Well, we might as well do at this point. Oh, okay, we do that correctly. If this ends the else, blah 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 blah. Oh, I can change something here. So this is where we want to stop. So this is if energy is equal to this. Actually, at this point, we might as well just put this inside here because effectively we're breaking out in this circumstance. So, stop the timer here. Actually, do we want to stop the timer? We kind of probably want to... Yeah, no, that's fine. We can stop the timer here. We can stop the timer. And what I'll do is I'll put some code here to call a function that stops the timer, but also, so this is the timer, this is the, stop, what is happening? Why is caps open? Stop the, calculate new sample timer here, and ensure the speaker goes back to center. So what we'll do is we'll just set this to 31. So because this is a 6-bit PWM, that means the value ranges from 0 to 63. That's how high you can count in 6 bits. So 31 is like a middle value. So this means that the PWM is going to become like 50-50 because it's right in the middle again. But also, we actually need to stop timer here. So we need to... This is init timer. I think I should call this like start timer, I guess. Or init timer. Whatever. So this is a bit that I need to turn off. This one called counter enabled. So if I just set that bit to 0, the timer should stop and I shouldn't need to touch anything else. Should just be that. Void key stop timer. So we need to set this one bit in here. So the way that we can do that is we can AND it with a value that's all ones except for the bit that we want to be 0. Oh hey, fun fact, for those who missed the last stream, for some reason with Visual Studio Code, you need an extension to enable the insert key to put it into this override mode. It gets better or worse depending on how you look at it. There are multiple extensions, and the most popular one has... Wait, where is it? Where is it? I'm not seeing it here. I might have to look at it on the thingy. Hold on. Or insert. Most popular one. Wait, why isn't... I'm not seeing the thing I saw the other night. When I was looking at this on stream the other day, it was showing the number of issues that it has, and yeah, the most popular one had like 28 issues, I think. 28 issues for being able to press the insert key and, you know, type over text. Anyway, we truly live in a current underscore year. We're used to being second class econetizens. Econetizens? I think you're considering 8-bit. 8-bit would be great, but 8-bit would be great, but you're limited by the CPU speed. So if you're timing down 1 in your counter every time, you can only count down at the speed of the CPU at most, right? So if you're running at 4 megahertz, you can only count down by 1 4 million times a second, which sounds like a lot. But if you are wanting this to be running at a high sampler rate, like say 60 kilohertz, well, you've got 4 million one too many zeros. And you divide it by the number of times you want the timer to like reach the bottom, right? Per second. So I was aiming for 65 kilohertz, let's do that. You can only count 61 times before you then like would have to restart counting because you will have reached 0, if you see what I mean. So anyway, it turns out the value that I was using, I used 64. So that's the thingy, because then it's like an easy number to stuff. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, that's not this timer. This timer is, I'm using 494 because that's a little bit over 8 kilohertz. I'm actually generating samples slightly faster than 8 kilohertz on purpose because I wanted the voice to sound slightly cuter, so the voice is playing like very slightly sped up above 8 kilohertz. So it's actually running at, assuming this crystal is really, or the oscillator is really accurate, and it's actually 4 megahertz. It's actually running at roughly 8,097 kilohertz, sorry, hertz. We're making a new sample this many times per second. So this value is what the timer gets reset up to when it counts below 0. Now right, the number of counts is actually this +1 because it goes from here all the way down to 0, and then it's when it goes below 0. So the actual number is 495. Wow! That's a cool number. Did I time that correctly? No, I didn't. Okay. Oh wait, yes I did. I just typed a different number this time. Help! What are my hands doing? Yeah. An extension for the insert key. I know. I could not. Okay, so what we want to do is set this bit right here. Hang on. So this is now becoming a 0. So what we're gonna do is make these all 1s, and this one 0, so these will all keep their current value. This will not. So this is disable and the counter. Hopefully that works. You have to define it in here. Oh, not define. What is the word? Declare, right? Stop timer. Stop timer. So stop timer is what we need to call when it's time to stop. Right here. Yeah. And load new frame. Is there any state in here that I need to be careful of? There is. This needs to be remembered. Or... yeah, this either needs to be like static in here, or it needs to be like class level, like talkie level, like outside this function. Because this should get reset when we start speaking a new thing. Oh, this kind of sucks actually. Because all of these need to be declared volatile now. These already are declared volatile? No, these are already declared volatile, these are not. But these need to be declared volatile now as well. So volatile means that it can be changed, or that it might be changed during a timer interrupt. So the compiler can't rely on the value here. If I were to call it, like for example, if I were using the same value here, the compiler could just load this value like from RAM once, right? And then store it in the CPU register, and then when we use it again, it's in the CPU register, so we don't need to re-get it from RAM. But if we declare this as volatile, then we're basically telling the compiler, hey, you cannot trust this variable. It could change at any time. an interrupt could fire after this line and before this line and change the value of this. So you need to, like, you know, recheck it every time. So it can't optimize as much. But I don't think it's going to make a big difference to this because there aren't like sections of code where we're working on the same variable many times. So actually it's basically going to have to reload these anyway. They're going to have fallen out of the CPU registers by the time the next frame is generated because there are so many of them that I would be amazed if these could all fit in CPU registers. From frame to frame. So, hopefully it won't really make a big difference. But I'm just going to declare them as volatile now, which is a slight shame. Now I'm getting a headache. Oh, I'm sorry. It's really easy to shitpost about editor stuff. They do it themselves. Wait, has my interface stopped responding? I don't remember saying thank you to for the follows to Eternal and Alima. Or Alima. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. It may well be that the follows have broken again. I don't know why. Follows are not even coming through event sub. Which is like the thing I had to switch to recently. I changed like my streaming setup stuff behind the scenes. Just thinking about volatile variables and interrupts interacting. As long as you declare them volatile, you don't have to worry about that at all. You're just telling the compiler that they could change at any moment, so like don't trust them. But in a good way, like, you know, it's good that you don't trust them. Because if you do trust them, that's when things break. If you're changing them, potentially. What is this? Why is it? Oh yeah, okay, it's done. Alright, let's declare these things outside of here now. I'm aware how like messy this is. I'm very sorry. Energy and repeat. Why is it being declared up there instead of here? Oh, I know why it was being declared there before, because we are having to check it at the end of a loop. So if we declare it inside the loop, it will have expired by the time we reach outside the loop. But now we're not doing it in a loop, so we could put that there, I think. Same with repeat. Doesn't really make a difference, but it's just neater in my opinion. Yeah, I'm gonna give you pats. The routines are still working, so maybe it's just follows that stopped working. Or I'm just like really, you know, focusing too hard and missing, just not realizing. Sorry, your hand went inside my head. But pats. I was not angry. I had to really do a really big smile in order to convince the camera that I was actually smiling and not angry. I don't know why it thinks I'm angry so often. I'm not angry that often. I mean, I guess I get annoyed easily, but not when I'm giving head pats. That's for sure. First intermission, my team's winning. How's your battle going? Extremely slowly. I'm basically just spending most of my time trying to explain what I want to do, and 5% of the time actually doing it. So it goes with streaming. I like explaining things. Maybe as a teacher in a former life. Or like I am in a parallel universe or something. Okay, this comment needs changing. This is a very out of date comment. This is instantly under certain circumstances, instantly set blah 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 blah. Yeah. 5% progress is about 500% more than I usually make with this stuff on the stream. Ah. Well, hopefully you have fun at least. Try to start interpolation. Okay, and this function will be being called... Ah, you know what? This function will actually be being called by the interrupt. So this actually could never be changed between these two lines, but I think I should still declare it volatile anyway. Because I guess there's no rule that the compiler has to write it back into RAM. You know, it has to tell the CPU to write it back into RAM until immediately before it's used again. And so, like, if the timer modifies it, then... Wait, we are the timer there. Okay, whatever. I'm tying my brain in knots trying to think about this. Let's move this out of here and into the... here. Immediately reset since state. So this should be declared somewhere else, but set here. So let me just copy and paste this, and I'll move this to here, and we'll define them up here. At this point, it might work. Oh no, we're never actually calling load next frame yet. So load next frame needs to happen if the current frame is the 200th frame. So this here, if this... Okay, so how's this gonna work? I need to avoid an off by 1 error. So this resets to 0 when load new frame runs. I think. Does it not? Oh my goodness. Wow, minted! Thank you very much for the gift and sub! Congrats to Ariana, all commiserations. When does this reset? Ah, okay, it did reset there. I'm glad I didn't delete this section. So this should do this here. So this... I do wonder if I could combine some of these. I'm not sure if I need 3 separate variables. I'll worry about optimizing later though. I just want to see if I can get it to sound correct first. Also highlighted. So the very first time this runs, so it's going to be frame 0. And then we increment this. So if we check immediately after this, that means the next frame... Well, it means that this is basically the numberth frame that we've rendered. So if we render frame index 199, and then we increment this by 1, or sample index, not frame index, and if we render sample index 199, which is a 200th one, and then we increment this, then this will be 200. So we just need to see if this is equal to 200. Which you might as well do as like greater than or equal to, I guess. Num samples per frame, and I'll put this little calculation here again as well. Which means that we need to load the next frame for next time, and loading the next frame might disable the timer. Oh! Wait, no, that's okay. That's okay. So... that's the number of samples per frame. We add 1. If that's greater than this, then load new frame. I think that's it. FS is undefined. That is assuming 8,000, isn't it? I'll just hardcode it for now. It should be fine. So this is like ideal sample rate over 1000 ms per sec divided by 25 milliseconds per frame equals 200 samples per frame. There we go. Some notes to remind myself how the hell I came to that number. Hi, Stravinkle. I wholeheartedly recommend free scrolling mice. Free scrolling? Oh, the kind where you just go like, and then it goes like, meow, or just doesn't even make a sound because there isn't one of those things that just keeps turning. That would be quite nice right now, actually, honestly. When I was on a laptop, when I did a lot of coding on a laptop, it was nice to be able to just like, if this is the touchpad and these are my fingers, just to go like that, and then there's momentum, so I just go like, and they just keep going way down the screen. That I use a lot, actually. So yeah, I can see how a free scrolling mouse would actually be quite nice. I never really considered that. Specifically for code, I never really considered that. Set audio PWM to a new value. That's weirdly phrased. Anyway, I wonder if this works. Should we see if this works? I wonder if it works. I want to see if it works. So now, what we need to do... Oh, I guess we should have a way of telling whether speech is currently playing or not. Because right now we don't have a way of knowing whether the speech is currently playing or not. All we do is say speak at some point. Wait, what is this? Oh. Ah, okay, that's defined. Okay, I will need to move this into their own thing then. Alright, it's time to move this to their own header. It's happening sooner than I thought. I need it in 2 different places at once. You are becoming your own header. Congratulations on the promotion. New file. Let's call it, uke extra timer or uke timer stuff. It's like incredibly vague. Uke timer consts? They're not even constants. They're defines, I guess. .h, sure. Okay, now I can just include that in here. Include uke timer defines. And here as well. Oh, nice. Whoa! Hi, Chaos. Welcome, welcome. How was stream? It also works to cheat in speedruns and give inputs at the speed of light. Oh my god. Well, the only speedruns that I try to do are distance, which is like a 3D car something conscious something game. Anyway, how was stream, which is not a game I play with mouse. It's actually one of the very few games I play with a controller. Anyway, how is the stream, Chaos? Welcome. Shout out Chaos Dragon. What are you up to? See if shoutouts working still. Nope, it stopped working as well. Amazing. Shoutouts have stopped, follow notifications have stopped, my whole thing's falling apart. Oh nice, my entire redeems have stopped working now. Is this a Twitch having problems day, or is it a my streaming setup is having problems day? Hold on, what's going on now? Welcome in everybody. I'm sorry that the first thing you see is this scuff, although honestly it's probably... Wait! Oh no, okay, the cheese does work. It's just that it paused the notifications. Sorry, it paused the redeems because it's in the middle of trying to do the shout out, and yeah, the get users is not doing anything yet. Okay, let's restart my streaming setup and do the shout out.
FM sub successfully connected.
Okay, cool.
Now entering receipt.
Silence, Robo-Yuke, shush. Pacific Drive. This, I love this avatar. Every time, I just, it's so cute. I'm gonna keep saying it. I say it every time. Sorry if it embarrasses you. Anyway, I've never played Pacific Drive. I was there when a friend was playing it, and he was making it quite amusing. So, hope you had fun.
Cheese.
You know cheese.
I was gonna say that I'll throw cheese at myself to make up for the chew that you threw at me not coming through, but now look what you've done! Now I don't want to. Why can I not be angry? Hold on. VC Face is not letting me be angry. Wow, this is just a stream of non-stop scuff. Okay, I'm gonna freeze for a sec, so let me strike a silly pose while I freeze. Blech! Oh, you can't actually see it because there's cheese all over my face.
Cheese.
Okay, I should be able to get angry now.
Cheese.
No cheese. No cheese at all.
I said no cheese. Not a single slice.
Cheese.
Cheese?
Nope. Nope. Did you also create the bubbles of emojis flying over your screen? Yes. Everything that moves on the screen. Well, I mean, I didn't code the motion tracking of myself. That's being done by VC Face. But it's passing that motion into my setup. You look ridiculous. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Fun? Spooky. Spooky,
Did you say? Oh, never mind, that's not spooky anymore. Spooky immersive driving game. I see. I didn't know it was spooky. I just thought it was derpy when my friend was playing it. But maybe I'm thinking of a different game, actually. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. What the hell just happened to my ear? Did you see that? Wait, what is happening to my ear? Wait, why is my ear stuck?
Cheese.
Wait, what? Wait, what's happening to my ear? it's when I frown. What the hell? And look, it's like pushing the tip. There's something touching the tip. Can you see that? Like sometimes. But I have no idea what that is. That's bizarre. Touching the tip. Hi, Clog. You heard right. You heard right. I'm not sure what that's all about. That's a weird one, isn't it? That's a weird one. It's almost like there's like a collider there or something still. Is it still there now that the headpads are finished? I think it's fixed now. Maybe. It's really hard to make it. I've been frowning so much that it doesn't think that I'm angry anymore. This constant calibration thing that VC Face does is really annoying and I wish it could be disabled. What big ears you have, said Little Red Riding Hood. You're not gonna...
Into me, are you?
No, I'm not. Thank you for the follow, you mema. I extremely doubt that I pronounced that correctly. Anyway, yeah, hi, I'm a weird cat, in case you hadn't realized. There you are, that's the introduction for myself, and right now I'm working on trying to get a tiny little microcontroller that looks just like this. It's almost like I took a photo of it right there on my desk. This is it. This. To, kind of decode some speech correctly. Anyway, I've just been working on it for a while. Well, mostly 95% waffling and 5% actually working on it. Now I'm about to upload it and we'll see if it works. Okay, you're gonna hear a nasty noise for a moment while this compiles and uploads. So this is like you. Thank you, by the way, Cockupsy as well. Oh, I recognize that name. Possibly from the Clunk Zone? Good luck and self-care. No worries, no worries. Please take care of yourself. Fun controlling things? I'll try my best. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna tap to upload now. And Oopsie is indeed a Clunkhead. A fellow Clunkhead. Okay, I'm gonna press the button now, and that means I have to plug this thing in, and as soon as it gets power, it's gonna start making a noise that's not super nice. So I'll turn down the sound interface, but you'll still hear it in the background. Eventually. Possibly. Why do you not hear it? What the fuck? There it is. Okay, now it's uploading. Damn, it doesn't work at all anymore. Damn it! It doesn't make any noise anymore. Well. Okay. So what are we doing? When we call say SPUke, we do initialize the timer. We prepare for loading thingies. The timer comes. This could actually be problematic. Maybe we should do the. Okay, hold on. What does an end frame look like? An end frame looks like 0xf. Just 0xf. Rev synth energy. Which target synth energy? If energy is this, then target energy is 0. Stop timer. I feel like we need another variable, and I kind of don't want to keep making them because I don't want this code to get stupidly big. I mean, because I don't want to use up loads of memory. However, I'm gonna make one. It's gonna be a boolean. It's gonna be called. Wait, are booleans in here 8-bit? What is a boolean actually in this? No definition of it. What is it though? What do you mean no definition found? Oh, there we are. Wait, that's not a definition. Define bool to mean bool, okay? So it's either a bool is either a bool or a bool is an underscore bool. Okay, but what is it actually? What is this? Bool, 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 bool. Are these things just referencing each other? Underscore bool is bool, and bool is also bool. Why are you defining bool to be bool? What the? Are these... what the... These things are just defining each other. Huh? What is this? Anyway, one boolean is in 32 kilobytes is only 0.003%. That depends if it's a byte or if it's 32 bits or 16 bits. I'm going to just make it a thing that's 0 or non-zero. Is speaking. This is going to be public. You can check this, and it has to be marked volatile as well, unfortunately, because it's something that gets updated from within a timer. You know it, you love it. Timers. Where's the H file? Oh, there. Public. Do I have to put volatile again here? I wonder. Hi Meisaka, only one of those defined paths is used, depending on which compiler version is being used. Oh, okay. Can you do size of bool? I wonder if they would tell me that when I mouse over it. One! Okay, nice! It is a single... wait. Integer 1. That's correct, right? Okay, this does seem to work. Nice. Thank you. It's quite useful. Do not clunk the head. But what if... what if... Oh, now I get to see what an integer actually is. An integer is 4 as well, okay. And the short was 2, wasn't it? Yeah. And long is also 4 and blah blah blah, yeah. I don't like using these names. But knowing that a bool is 8-bit, I'll call it that. I'll call it a bool. Rather than a uint8 underscore t. Because I feel like it's more descriptive. Call me crazy. Okay, so what we're gonna do is inside load, inside, where the fuck is it? Load new frame, here we are. Inside here, when we're telling it to stop, We're gonna explicitly set this to false. By the way, this is also gonna be false by default. And we are going to set it to true when we do init. Or what does it say? When we do say. Say. This is going to become true here. Then we're going to load a new frame. And we're going to see if is speaking still. So this will become false if load new frame said that the very first thing should be the end of the sound. Get rid of all this crap now. Also, hi Miss, okay, I'm not sure I said hi. Oh, the redeems are broken again! Wow, there seems to be a day where everything is breaking, but there's nothing in the log to say anything is going wrong. Unless there is this time. An existing connection was forcibly closed by the remote host. Oh, I guess I didn't handle that. I guess I actually didn't handle timeouts like that. Huh. Or, like, disconnections. Did it ever tell us to reconnect? No, I didn't. They just kill that connection. So Twitch is having problems, because that should not happen. But also, my thing should be able to handle that. Also, okay, in that case, I will save the kidneys, which means go to the toilet, and I will hydrate and pause a check as well. And I'm gonna restart my streaming setup for like the 50th time today or something, just to get the connections to Twitch back, because I'm not handling that properly yet, apparently.
Events connecting. Events up.
Shush. Silence rebuke. Friendly reminder to hydrate. I am in a weird position now. Yours dies all the time too? Man. I should handle the death of an event something as well. I tried to handle the reconnect message, like the one where it says sometimes that you need to reconnect on this address. And only once so far have I ever got that message from Twitch, the one that says you need to reconnect. But, and Robuyuk said that she detected it and that she was reconnecting and that she was connected, but then it didn't work anyway, so I'm still doing something wrong in that case. But this is a different failure. Just a sudden disconnection. Yeah. There we are. That was a stretch. And I should also go and save the kidneys, which I will do very, very soon. But I just want to see if something. Loading frame in a timer. If I can get this to work quickly. If the very first frame was not an end of speech frame, actually start the timer. Responsible for making samples. So this is load the first frame.
Jeez.
Why? Assume that we will now be speaking. I think also if we call say when is speaking is already true, we should stop it. We should do if is speaking. Then stop timer. Stop timer. Stop. There we are. Stop timer updated is speaking, right? No, actually. Wait, maybe I should change this to stop speech. And this is gonna stop the timer as well. Let's do some other things. So it's going to do these things. So this is reset. So wait. Oh, there we are. How do I actively end WebSocket keep alives for when the remote end goes dead? This is something that I'm not used to. Wait, did the cheese just work or has it already died again? Okay, no, I just missed the cheese. Hi, Sky Grey. I've become numb to the cheese. Also, I guess I have to nyan for myself now. Nyan. Yeah, that was a shit nyan. Let me try again. Nyan.
Cheese.
That was also a terrible nyan, but I have to be quiet so I can't do a loud, forceful nyan. Thank you for testing the cheese, Vented. I'd have to learn more about C# WebSocket stuff to be able to do that. I think Maysocket, I'm not entirely sure.
Sir.
What do you mean? Stop the calculating new sample? Yep, still works. Oh my god. Wow, we're gonna be having to do a minutely cheese, I guess, to see if it disconnects, huh? You're not, that's a joke. Please don't do that. Stop the calculating new sample timer here, stop the... Oh my god, I don't be repeating this. Don't generate any more speech after this sample. Okay, stop speech, and then we can like return, right? Well, I don't think anything else is gonna happen. It actually kind of is. You might as well just return at this point. Stop speech is what this should be. Stop speech. Stop speech. Stop spec. I hate the fact that I press F12 and it takes me to here instead of like the actually useful definition. So now I have to search for it anyway. Where it's not defined anywhere. Very spooky. Big spook. Just a little bit. Allow me to float over here. Just a little bit. I'm trying to move closer to the camera, but I cannot. I love how the clicks sound though, listen. I don't know why the screen just dimmed for a second. What the hell did I just do? That was the spookiest thing of all. Ensure this video goes back to center. And this is like mark to the code outside this class that we're no longer speaking. And this is, yeah, stop the calculating new sample timer here. That's it. That's it. Guess I'll indent this. Sure, whatever. Excuse me. Oh my god. I'm hiccuping. Okay, I think that's everything. As speaking equals false. Why am I wide? Hi, Breeze. Welcome, welcome. I'm very wide right now. Why am I like off to one side? Wide. What is this? It is timer. Let's say make sample. I think it's time to crack out the oscilloscope. Let's see what's happening. I'll do that immediately after saving the kidneys, which means going to the toilet. So everybody else, please pay attention to your body. Hydrate if you need to. Eat. Go to the toilet. Stretch. You know, stuff. I'll be right back. I'm gonna see what Twitch is, when Twitch is wanting to force me to play an ad, and if it's anytime soon, I'll play it now while I'm away, so it doesn't play at a worse time. I'm just waiting for the thingy to appear. It's gonna... okay, 43 minutes away. Never mind. Alright, I won't play it. I'll be right back. Pew. Nyan? Wait, where's my real buff? Bub? 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 There we go, that was weird. Stop that bell rattling. I'm back. Hello. Hi. Nyan indeed. Hi. Welcome. You just got a free Nyan. Golden free Nyan. Holy crap, that takes me back to my first streams. Alright, let's look at the oscilloscope. First of all, let me upload this and see what's, just so that it's up to date. And maybe we'll hear something, but I doubt it because I didn't really change anything much. Okay. Let's see what's happening. Where am I? Where am I? I am humongous. I was. Wait, I don't need that up. What I need is this. We have the technology to make it part of the stream rather than a web page. Okay, let's probe. Let's probe the PWM, which is there. We are seeing basically 50% at 62.5 kilohertz, which is nice. Bit of a weird shape, voltage-wise, but now let's have a look at the pin that should be going high at the start of every make sample and then low at the end of it. Wait, no, not that pin, the wait, I've forgotten which pin's which. Hold on. What am I doing? So PA0 is for that thingy. What's 8 megahertz for? Oh, microcontroller clock output, right. Aperture 1 of timer 221 is... Okay, so let's see. 10, 8. It's not running! The timer is not running. The one that should be running at 8 kilohertz. We're getting a whole lot of nothing there. Oh wait, I'm probing the wrong pin. Never mind. Ah. There it is. Okay, there it is. It is doing something. It is... There is a pulse, and if I zoom out... What the hell? Wait a minute, what's going on here? Why is there a gate on? Get off. What is this trigger level? Why is it like... Why am I seeing like 2 pink... Are you seeing this? Let me stop it running. There we are. So it's almost like it was... It's almost like it was reinitializing the timer over and over and over. Oh my... It's almost like it was reinitializing the timer over and over. Almost like we're calling say in a loop. Oh wait, we are calling say in a loop. It's restarting speech over and over and over and over and over and over. And this is the exact reason why I was adding this thingy called is speaking, so that we could see whether it was still speaking or not and only call it when it's finished. But I completely forgot that that's why I was making this. Between deciding it would be a good idea to add this and finishing adding it, it took so long that I forgot why I wanted it. Okay, let's get rid of that. So if not... I guess we're just going to a loop here actually and just say while voice dot is speaking. Just do nothing. Maybe Stimmer got distracted? I got distracted. I don't know what Stimmer means exactly. Someone with ADHD? I haven't been diagnosed, but let's be honest, it's probably the case. Oh, okay, Stimmer is probably also very appropriate then. Wait until speech has finished. Okay, let's upload again. I have a feeling we might, you know, be here this time. It's uploading. Oh my god, it works! This is sounding really bad. Yeah, she's a snail too. Okay, I'm gonna probe the pin that shows when it's speaking. Or when it's generating speech. Wait, what's happening? Is it on the spin? There it is. So what you're seeing here is when this pink line is high, that's like when the CPU is being used a lot. And if I just pause it like anywhere here. Wait. Okay, yeah, you can immediately see the problem. Let me just unplug this. So what we should be seeing is this running consistently at 8 kilohertz. But can you see there are some gaps here? There's a gap there. We should be seeing like a line going from low to high at regular intervals. Don't worry about when the line goes down, but it should be going up at regular intervals. And that should be happening 8,000 times a second. But sometimes it takes so long to generate speech that it takes longer to like how do I explain it? It like takes so long that it misses the bus for the next sample, and so there's this little bit of silence, and there's like that's happening all over the place. It's happening there in the middle. It's happening there. Just move this out of the way. It's happening there and there which might be the first one that I showed, and it's happening over there, and it's happening over there, and yeah. So I think I need to try running this at a higher clock speed. Reluctantly. Really reluctantly. Not only reluctantly because I want to save power, but also because it means I have to learn a bunch about how to do more clock stuff, so I guess let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Where's the data sheet or the reference manual rather? And the data sheet. So here's how all the clock stuff. This is why I was, dreading it slightly, because oscilloscope, can you move out of the way? Okay. This is all of the clocks. Is that an interrupt during the busy loop? Is that an interrupt during the busy loop? No, every one of those going highs is... Okay, so it goes high at the very start of make sample, and it goes low at the very end of make sample. Actually, if I show you this, there. So that's making the pin go high there. And then that's making the pin go low. Oh, yes. All these interrupts are happening in the middle of this loop. Yeah. But one of them is taking so long, and it's probably when it's wanting to load a new... No, it's not even when it's wanting to load a new frame. You're seeing these happen like really regularly. There should be 200 frames between each of those. And clearly there's not. By the way, this itself only uses one clock cycle, so it's not like this is slowing it down much. And frankly, if just one clock cycle is enough to make this too slow, then well, it's already far, far too slow. I wonder why this feels like it's slower than the Arduino was. Or just like not much faster. So basically the Arduino is able to do this with 8-bit values, but I haven't like changed the values really, I've just changed the data type. The Arduino, which is like an 8-bit CPU, right, is able to do this at 16 megahertz. And this is not able to do it at 4 megahertz. And I expected it to be able to outperform the Arduino even at 4 megahertz because it's a 32-bit CPU and it has a one clock cycle multiplication function, which the Arduino does not. Not for the 16-bit values at least, which these are. And this should just be able to multiply these in one cycle, and this should be one cycle as well. And I mean, it's more than one cycle for the Arduino. So I don't understand why this is so slow. I always want to benchmark. Shall we take a closer look? Should we put these around specific parts of the code and see which is the slowest part? I feel like we should do that. How are we going to mark the individual parts? How about we just make the pin go low high in one cycle immediately before each point of interest, almost like a breakpoint that we can then look at on the scope. Okay, there's the interpolation there. This will obviously be slow. That way you'll see more oscilloscope graphs. Hell yeah, true. Okay. Let's grab this. Actually, I'm gonna do these bits first because I'm suspicious about these parts. These are the bits that I thought would be fast and they're not really fast, so I just want to see specifically how slow these bits are first. So this is debug pulse pin low for a moment. So I'll just low and then support pins high, same thingy. This should be one clock cycle. Well, we'll get to see just how short the pulse is on the oscilloscope. So we'll do that there. So between the first two low pulses we see, that will be that will be this pin. And then between the second two passes we see, which should happen very, very, very soon after the first one, will be this part, which is also probably going to be roughly at the same speed. But let's see. Let's see how long it takes. Let's start burning through some of those flash right cycles. I think what I'm going to do is mute the sound from this thing as well. But let's upload. Shush. I believe it was like 100,000, which is absolutely insane. It's much higher than the Arduinos. At least much higher than the Arduino's EEPROM. I know this isn't EEPROM now. Okay, we're seeing a lot of spam now, which is nice. Oh, it's not on view, sorry. Let's just take a snapshot. Okay, so you can see these little blobs here. So this right here would be 1 frame time, and then we're like, wow, okay, these are the slowest parts. So like from, let me give myself a cursor. So like from here to here, so within that area is the first multiply bunch, and then from here to here is the second. Oh, exactly the same amount of time actually for the second bunch. So let's see. First of all, let's time how long one of these pulses is, and it should be a clock cycle. Let's see. So from here to here. What the hell? That's quite a bit slower. Also, this is backwards, I just realized. Seeing negative numbers. So about... This isn't even like a sensible number, though. 1.32 megahertz. Oh, wait, okay, so 0.76 microseconds. 0.76 microseconds, so 0.76 milliseconds, microseconds. And we should be... Wait, hang on, how do I do this maths again? So it's like 4 million. Wait, here a second. How do I do this? For some reason my brain is not braining right now. You know what? I'm paranoid that is it even running at the correct clock rate? I am outputting the clock on one of these pins. Let's have a look. Which pin was it? I think it was this. There it is. Okay, yeah, 4 megahertz it says. Okay, it's definitely running at 4 megahertz. Now back to some of this stuff. Interesting. Get over here. Is this a different amount of time it took this time? What the fuck? That's a different amount of time it took. Do I accidentally have, like, interrupts for another timer running? Because, like, it's taken longer this time for the pulse than it did on another time. Like, look, that pulse there is wider than this pulse here. And there should be nothing happening between like these two because we're already in a timer. Is that like... Do I have like the PWM timer having interrupts running? Even though I don't need it having interrupts running? And so it's just like... like 65,000 times a second is breaking into an interrupt and then back out and in and out and in and out. And this is why everything's running much slower than I thought it was, because it's being interrupted 65,000 times a second. That would explain it. Have I accidentally enabled interrupts for the really fast PWM timer? Because we should just be getting the pin cycling for free without interrupts on that one. We should not have interrupts enabled for that one. I'm really happy if I've just accidentally found out the reason. Yeah, like it's a little bit wider. I'm not sure how much wider. Maybe that's not the reason. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but let's see. Where's the timer stuff? Here it is. So counter enable is on blah blah blah. It looks like I'm not even setting up interrupts or anything on this. Actually, there's a silly thing I can do to test, which is... Wait, no, that can't be true, right? Because you have to explicitly... Where is it? You have to explicitly enable interrupts from a timer. The motion blur is back? Wait, what motion blur? Oh, like when I had it free running and stuff? Yeah. So if I do this, then we're allowing interrupts. And now let's set up a little thingy. Where is the interrupt handler? Here it is. Let's make an interrupt handler for timer 2. I believe that's the correct name, but I should double check the documentation. Let's see. Tim 2 IS? Yeah, there it is. Okay. And just so we can demonstrate that it's running, how about we do a silly little thing where we just toggle this pin really quickly. Like a bunch of times. So this should never happen because I'm trying not to set up... Yeah, I'm trying not to do this. So we should never see this happen, basically. And I need to look up this to make sure that it's the same structure as Tim 2.1. It doesn't exist, what the hell? It should exist! Oh wait, it's probably just Tim X underscore SR. Ah, there it is. The lowest bit is RC underscore W0. RC and wait, what? Oh, never mind, sorry, UIF. Why am I being such an idiot, man? UIF. Update interrupt flag. Okay. So this is when it underflows. So it could be happening then, or it could be happening when it counts down, which I don't like when the value matches. Or so basically the way the timer works is it counts down from 63, and then when the counter reaches some value, like 31 if we want it to be in the middle, then something can happen. In my case, all I'm doing is saying just like turn off that pin. but that's not in an interrupt handler, so I'm not using interrupt for that. But you can also make it raise an interrupt, fire an interrupt if you like. So maybe it's happening there. CC1F, it could be one of those as well. But what I'm gonna do is just not clear this at all, because this should never be happening. And so if it is happening, we're not going to be clearing the bin, so it's going to be refiring and over and over and over. So let's see if that happens. It shouldn't, but maybe it does. This will be like really nice if it does happen, because that'll be like a very clear smoking gun of the problem. Let's have a look. Nah, it's not happening. Okay, that's not the problem. Nah, it's not happening. Which I guess is good. Okay, so that's not happening. So why the hell is it getting slow sometimes? Even here again. Wait, is it just always the first one? Hold on, is it just always the first one, I wonder? Is it always the first one that's slower? Let me get rid of the thing where we turn on interrupts for that timer as well. We don't want that anymore. Be gone! Yeah, so this very first one here is for some reason wider. Is it always? Let's look at the previous one. Yeah, it's wider there as well. Let's look at the one before that. Yeah, it's wider there as well, although we can't quite see the beginning of it. Yeah, for some reason the very first one is a different width. Is this some weird, like, Smartass ARM Cortex M0 thingy? Where it's like something, something, pipeline, something, something. We don't know how long things will actually take. Because we're trying to predict thing. Thank you for the posture check and hydration. Oh yeah, I just remember the maths that I need to work out the number of cycles. Thank you. Is it exactly 4 megahertz or 2 to the power 32? It's showing up as 4.00. That's the only that's the most accuracy I'm getting with the measure thing on this scope. So 1 over this. This is how many seconds it should take to execute one instruction. And it's actually taking how long? In this case, this is a shorter pulse. In this case, it's taking this long. So that is 0.74 microseconds. Blah 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 blah. So it's this divided by this, which is 3, right? Yeah. So it's actually 3 cycles rather than the expected 1 cycle. Which is interesting for a start. And the time it takes between this pulse and this pulse to execute these is the really slow part. Is I'm measuring backwards, not that it really matters, but it just bugs my OCD. So from this moment to this moment, we're seeing 32.6 roughly. So 32.6 microseconds. So it's this divided by this. So about 130 clock cycles. How is it managing to do this? This is apparently 1. Or it has to store the result as well in a register, I guess, but... This should also be 1. Man, maybe this is a case where, like, looking at the assembly stuff might explain why it's so slow. But it's not really an excuse, though. I mean, like... It's faster... 130 cycles to do this. Like, obviously we have to load from RAM and then write back out to RAM, but I thought that was 2 clock cycles? So like a load and a store. So if it's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 40. I guess it do add up pretty quickly, huh? Subtraction should be 1 cycle though. And these should be 1. And that should be 1. Oh, wait, we can just divide this by the... Because these are like all the same kind of thing, right? This is basically the same thing being done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. So 13 cycles per line. That actually doesn't sound as bad anymore, does it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. How does it come to 13? How do we get up to 13? That still feels excessive to me. Since these are like native 32-bit things as well. Oh, you know what? We can actually demonstrate the difference in speed between 32-bit and 8-bit at this point. If I change these back to... I think these were originally 16-bit, right? And 1 and 2 were originally 16-bit and the rest of these were 8-bit, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. Feels weird to ask, but is there a simulator for STM32 that can be tied into the IDE? That'd be pretty nice. I don't know of it though. I think there was something like that, but it wasn't able to be tied into this. It's like the STM32 Cube IDE, which is like their official IDE, which is very complicated and bloated and requires registration. It has some kind of simulator thing built in, I think. But yeah. Well, we have the thing here, right? So if we just pass a function to the compiler to... Stu, are you still there? What was the thingy we were using before for the preserving? Nah, okay. Can I simply add build underscore flags for the... I don't know what it was though. For making like human readable assembly with the C code annotations there. Maybe does it suggest things as it does, but I don't think it was anything easily readable. I didn't save it anywhere. This was GCC, right? So I'm assuming it's the same as the GCC for the AVR in terms of this. GCC... Okay, not AVR. I need to just typed AVR out of habit. But do I actually want show assembly, save assembly or something? assembler output. Use the -S option, optioning with -verbose ASM, which works well at the default -O0 to attach C names. Okay, let's try this. -S and then this. And then by default this will output the file hello world.s. Okay, let's see what that does. Let me just try to build. I've got 3 calculators loaded. What is going on? So I'm just closing a bunch of things that I don't need loaded anymore. I think that's it. Let's have a look. Neon 6. Where does it... Where does it put the files again? Where does it put... Oh, here? Nope. Oh, it probably cleared it because I changed the settings. Right, hold on. Okay, let's rebuild. But not upload. Error! Nice! Syntax error. What? Where? Syntax error. Huh? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Syntax error on line 1. It doesn't like .cpu cortex. What even is this? Is this what I want? Like, it kind of is actually. You can do -save -temps dumped path to save temporary files, but that's not going to. Thank you. That's not going to annotate it, right? But we have the file right here actually, which is interesting. Is this what I want? I feel like this is what I want. I don't know how I've... Okay, the error is the file I want. What? Okay, it's just... I don't know if this is the right thing. Lanchor 37, Lanchor 40. Okay, this is the part. Make sample. Wait, where was it? Make sample -f verbose -asm. Isn't that what I typed? -f verbose -asm. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, and it just caused this error. I don't know why. Anyway, make sample. Where's the actual first thing? Here, I guess? This is the timing something? What alignment am I looking for? I'm looking for this line, which I assume is going to appear in a comment if I search. There it is. Try replacing the -s with the -save temps -dumpter. Okay. This is a comment that appears before or after the... I'm guessing before. So this whole line is this. At least it is doing this one instruction for the multiply. If a modern GCC would do better, I would be incredibly surprised, but maybe. Maybe. How on earth would I change that? I'd have to find one of the places where it's hiding away the compiler somewhere on my SSD, even though this is a portable installation and I've told it to not be on my SSD, it still puts gigabytes and tens of thousands of files on my SSD. It did improve the STM it generates when you updated the AVR one, didn't it? I don't remember that at all. I don't remember it improving the assembly. I remember it becoming faster though to compile. That was nice. This is pretty fast already though. So how many loads is it doing? It's loading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, is LDR load? I assume it's load from or load to or from register. LDR. Where's the hold on. Let's see. LDR. Oh, load, word, immediate offset. Load with offset, is it? By the look of it? Except not signed byte for some reason. Oh, relative? Is that what the R means? Okay, anyway, so it's loading something. So there's 1, 2, and 3 things that I would expect it to have to load. But for some reason it's loading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. Wait. Oh, there is some stuff that's been changed. Moved around, right? It's doing this here instead of here. That's interesting. I mean, I'm gonna guess that that's faster. Thank you for the follow, look dude. Well, look dude, perhaps. It loads the memory address of the thing it wants to load. I don't know. I shouldn't even be pretending that I understand this because I do not. I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh! Wait a minute. LDR R2 followed by LDR R2 R2. Ah, interesting. I wonder what optimization this is doing. Is it optimizing for size over speed? I wonder. Also, let me have a look at the instructions for outputting the pulse. It's literally just this. I'm not actually doing this assembly. I have to say I'm not actually doing this assembly. Look, I swear, I'm mostly doing it in C. I'm just very baffled by why some things are much slower than I expected them to be, and that's why I'm poking around at this, like, I don't know. I've never done, like, the Cortex M0 Plus assembly before. I still never have. I don't know why I'm saying before as if I'm doing it now. Okay, I'm going to try doing a thing. I'm going to change... remove this for a start. But I'm going to see if adding... Wait, no. I'm going to see if adding -02 makes a difference at all. Let's compare the size first. So, by default, which I don't know what it's optimizing for, but by default, the size is... Okay, it didn't do anything because it was already doing something. Why is it still says? Okay, anyway, flash 6612 bytes. This is, well, you know, a bunch of this is going to be just the speech. So 6612. Let's see if that changes when I do 02. If it was optimizing for speed, or even just 01. If it was optimizing for speed, I would expect the size to go up now from 6612. Let's see. Boop. 6612. And it's now 6612. I don't think it was optimizing for speed. Sorry, size. I don't think it's optimizing for size. Let's add -os. That one should be optimized for size, right? Let's see if it goes down from 6612. I don't even know if I'm adding the flag in the correct space. Oh, is it smallest? Okay. Oh yeah, it does say that. G, S, or fast? Or a non-negative integer. That's interesting. G? What is G? So this 1.2 is now still 6612. I feel like this is not making a blind bit of difference. Am I... Am I putting the thing in the correct place? What's the highest it goes? 03, right? I'm just looking to see if there's any change at all. 6612 still. Let's see. There is, of course, the tiniest possibility that the code has changed and happened to remain the exact same size. Still 6612. I don't think this makes a blind bit of difference. I mean, that's possible. Well, this, I don't think this should even be there anymore. But that's just irrelevant right now. Okay, so optimization seems non-existent or just forced on, probably. If I'm gonna be fair to it, it's probably just always doing it. I don't know what it's optimizing for, but it's optimizing for something. Maybe. If it's unchanged by OS, then yeah, I don't expect anything else to change it. OS is the same as O2, but without ones that can increase size. Oh, really? Interesting. Am I gonna have to learn ARM assembly? Also, wait. Where is the everything? Where is the everything? Here it is. Roughly. Let me just... Where is... Of course it's Python for when I'm programming a microcontroller. That's just platform IO though. Where is it storing its stuff? I guess that's Python environment, so it's not gonna be in here. Wait. Platforms? STM32? Builder question mark? Frameworks question mark? LibOpenCM3 question mark? Okay, no. Let's just search for all exes inside this folder. Nothing. Well, it's not here. But we just search the entirety of platform IO. A million Python things, nice. Ah! Here we are. Where are these? Can you please be on the sensible layout? Star, GCC, star. Here they are. Inside. Packages, toolchain, GCC, non-yabby. Now you can read it, maybe. Let me get rid of this oscilloscope. Well, I guess here is where I would change it. Wait, is there something in here where I can change it? Not really. Okay, so I guess this is the thing that I'd want to change if I wanted to try a new version of non-yabby. Maybe there are other ones here that also need changing. GCC also has inline assembly, so you can introduce ASM bit by bit. I have done inline assembly for the AVR. Not much though. And I do prefer the inline rather than the entire dedicated assembly file. Let's see. Newest blah 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 blah. Completion of most firmwares immediately break because the file bits/c++ config.h does not exist in the toolchain. Wait, let me see what version this is. So I'm just reading something online. Let's run the ARM, NAN, YABI, GCC, I guess. How do we see the version? -V? Sheesh. GCC 7? 7.2.1. Interesting. (2017). When I look over here, we have mention of 10.3. And then also this comment here is saying completion of most firmwares with, I don't know, this is 1.110, like 1? Is this meant to be 10.3? Like this looks like a different versioning number. I don't know what version this actually is, but something on the 4th of April 2023 was broken. Let's see what the issue says. Uh, 11.81. Very interesting. So the above because blah blah blah. Registry.platform.io/tools/platform/blah blah/versions. Alright, I'm gonna click that, but I'm not sure what's gonna appear, so I'm gonna do it off screen. Interesting. There are things. So their version numbering thing works differently to the GCC non-EABI. Should I try downloading it? Is there a way the platform IO has to like switch this in an easy way? Can I like download it? Installation? Question mark? Yeah, part of development platforms. Okay, but what if I want to? Open platform IO project configuration file and add the following line. Will it automatically keep the current one? I'm gonna make a backup. I don't trust this in the slightest. I hate this. Just type some commands into a black box and just trust that it works bullshit. Let me make a real backup. 7-zip. Maybe I shouldn't have done this with ultra compression. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow, Gumball. Also, holy yuck! But yeah, let's stop this. This is silly. Let me just calm this down a bit. Hey! Stop disappearing. The glow. I'm glowy! Okay, it's faster now. The angelic echo. Ah! Running commands blindly was the worst that could happen. I know. I think I'm gonna break everything, aren't I? It's still taking quite a while. Oh, because... sorry, because I have my computer in a low power mode. But holy crap, look at that compression ratio. 3% is down to of the original size. Sheesh. What is this .s file and why is it so big? Okay, we're going to the exes. I guess the compression ratio is going to get a bit worse now. Is it just a file full of zeros or something? How are they managing to squish it so much? 315 megabytes becoming 15 megabytes. Man, it still takes a while though, huh? I don't know why when I'm streaming my computer just becomes so much slower. Even just loading a web page takes much longer, like a Twitch web page. Yeah, it's partially that, but also there's a lot of bloat in some programs. Is the flip side of it. I hope it doesn't delete this. I really hope it doesn't delete this. I don't trust it not to delete this. I'm gonna move this outside this folder. Zip. Let's add the thingy platform.io. Found the toolchain? Yeah, I saw that as well. Well, I mean it was this, right? No, not that. This, right? Let's see. Let's try adding this. Add the following line. Let's do it. Is that it? Build a project. It will automatically download and install. If this actually does automatically download and install, I'm going to be amazed. The project configuration process has encountered an error due to a ... Okay, how do I... A problem with the platform.ino file. Please review the file and fix the issues. Yeah, this looks like nonsense to me as well, but that's what the website told me to add. Oh, never mind. It's the platform_packages option. I'm fucking blind. Platform_packages. Okay, let's try it again. Okay. Is it like downloading now? Oh, it is. Holy! It sure is downloading, alright. I'm so glad that on my current ISP, it no longer makes my stream go down when it downloads. I mean, it's downloading, but whether it's gonna work or not is gonna be a very different thing. I'm so glad that this new ISP doesn't just make my stream die when something maxes out the download speed. Like the upload doesn't sacrifice, the download doesn't sacrifice the upload, or the other way around, I'm not sure. Not when it is fully used, hell yeah. Unfortunately it's a 100 megabit switch, so I'm limited to that. Bunny. So welcome in Pinoto? Configuring project 100%, does that mean I can... Ah! Oh, look at that, holy crap, look at all these errors! The directory is not empty. Warning! Package mirrors cannot create a file that already exists. What? It's looking for another mirror because it couldn't make a file that already exists? This is exactly the kind of stuff I expected when I saw that this is based on Python. Anyway, is it literally just making errors? Well, we'll see what happens this time, and if it shows another error, I'll just delete this, because I've got it backed up, so, you know. Under the backslash? Oh, that's just how it looks with this font. Because of the locale. Actually, I think it's just because of the font. I can't overwrite the file. Let me look for another source. Right? That is what it looks like, right? I'm not crazy for thinking that's what it's saying. Wish I could show you this, but well, I can do this, but then it's hard to read. It just says, like, not much. It's doing the same again. This is very silly. Let me help you out. Boop. Oh. Let me actually help you out. Let's go away. Let's stop. What are you opening? Oh my god. Is Python still running in the background? Okay, this is actually difficult to tell because I do have a Python myself. I'm something of a Python myself. What the fuck is running? Oh, it's because I have the... Oh my god, it's because I have this open. Just having it open Okay, amazing. Alright. Let's reload Visual Studio Code. Just having the flipping CMD open in the folder makes the folder be in use, which is unfortunate. Okay, let's see if it works again. Right, third time's the charm. Brace yourselves. Let's see if it manages the third time. Is it downloading again? It's actually not. It's actually using a cached version. I cached this on my SSD when it shouldn't be on my SSD! But anyway, let's see if it manages. It is, but it's also kind of worrying, right? Because imagine if it gets into, like, if it just can't do it, is it just like, this program's gonna be unusable from now on? It's just gonna be trying to do this every time you start it? Are you also moving all caches to hard drive? I'm not. Oh my god, it's okay, it's done. Thank you for the saving with the kidneys. I'm gonna refund you that because I should be ending stream very soon. Hold on. Oh, you can see the. Right, this is the thing that I normally don't have open on the screen. There you go, there's the proof that I was about to refund you. Haha. Have to wait for the page to load the. Okay, let me just see if this even builds. Let me see if it builds. If this builds, I'm gonna be so amazed. Anyway, I don't even know what version of GCC this is though, so let me just see what version of GCC it is first. Like, has it even updated it? It was 7.2 or something before, right? Let's see what it is now. Oh my goodness. None. No, wait, where is it? None, EABIGCC version 14. Okay, much newer. Let's see if it works. That's the real question. Build. It worked, and the file size is different, so it's actually done something different. Ho ho, juicy, exciting. I don't know if it'll actually work or not, so I guess I should upload it and see if it, like, even makes the audio. Let's see. But let me just hydrate first. Oh my goodness, sorry about the noise. And save, not save the kidneys, so I'm gonna be ending soon. Stretch. Yeah, parody work. Why shouldn't a cache be on an SSD? Oh, hi, Colin. Because this is a portable version of Visual Studio Code, which is like on my Drive E, but for some reason it still chooses to put temporary files on my SSD, which is kind of disgusting. That's a platform IO specific thing. But you would have thought that Visual Studio Code would define a temporary folder inside its own folder. Anyway, if it's in portable mode, right? To make it actually be portable, surely. Didn't specify an optimization level, but still different size, so it's definitely different. Yes, indeed. Okay, let me upload. Let's see if it even works first. Okay, I need to unmute this, and I'll click upload. Oh my gosh, that made me jump. I wasn't expecting it to be making sound. Okay, now it's uploading. Oh my god. It works. Okay, I'm muting it again. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look. We still have this capture on the oscilloscope, so I'm gonna see. Oh, this isn't super. Actually, yes, it is super fan. It is super fan. So it took 32.6. I've forgotten what I calculated last time. Let's see. So we're running at 4 megahertz, and this is 32.6 microseconds for this section. So this is 32.6 microseconds. You divide it by that, and it's about 130 cycles. So now let's just take another capture. Oh, I guess I have to put the thingy on the chip, huh? And we'll freeze it. Where am I? I'll zoom into one of these sections, which is the same section as before. And bring the cursors over. Wait, where's the other cursor? What the? Oh, I was doing it wrongly. Okay, we're measuring from like roughly there. To roughly there. About 31.2. I can't even see if this has changed much at all. It's pretty much the same, right? It's calculated though. I can't easily see. Am I able to position it more accurately than that? I don't know if that's possible. No, it messes up the second cursor. Oh, no, it doesn't. It is possible. It just shows the wrong time if the other cursor's not in view. But if I position... Nah, I'm moving the wrong one! The first cursor goes there, okay? Now, we move to the other side. There it is. And we move the second cursor to there. And now we zoom out so we can get the full reading. 31.2. So it is slightly faster. Interesting. It's like 125 instructions instead of 130. This is very approximate though. That's kind of nice. That's still more than I expected though. Should we see if we can see anything different in the file? I'm gonna put this even though this caused errors before, but whatever. Oh, I guess we should see if 03 does anything now. What was the size? Why didn't it... Oh, there it is. 6624. Okay, let's just build. With 03 now. Still 6624. We just need like 140 more versions and it'll be in. Okay, let me put these options back. We'll see if we can get our file. I know it's probably going to throw an error again, but hopefully we'll get the same file. Same kind of file. Is it doing it? No, it's not. No, it's OZ a thing. I don't know. Okay, here's our file. Here's our error. Okay, it looks like it's taken me back to the same line I was on before, which is now a completely different line, so... I guess that makes sense, right? Because it's been made differently. So the line I want is this one. Let's search for it. There it is. Oh my god. It does seem to be doing different things, question mark? It's incredibly hard to tell what the hell is going on because things are in different order now. Holy crap. All nicely reordered. I mean, if it's faster to do it in that order, that's nice, but... I'm just, yeah, you see, you say so much optimization, but I'm still surprised that it's... It makes me wonder what the hell the Arduino, the AVR compiler was doing to get a similar speed. Or faster speed, in fact. Well, no, well, similar speed, I guess. With only an 8-bit CPU. Set to 16. Is that a compile time known address? It is! It's just defined once here. So you should know where it is. It's marked volatile, that might be I mean, unfortunately, a lot of this has to be marked water. That might have to do with wires. I mean, they're marked this way on the AVR as well, so. And V10, that's static inside that function. There. You don't need to declare a you shouldn't need to declare these as static, right? I mean, well, they don't need to do that on the AVR. Maybe if you made it a global static, it could be faster. Really? You just like a global, but not static then, right? Why would that be? I don't understand why that would be, but fuck it, let's try it. Oh wait, V10, sorry, V10 is not static, even currently. So, just move the V10s? Should we just try moving everything out of this function? Let's try moving everything out of this function. That's, I don't understand why that would be faster, but let's try it. I was thinking maybe it has to reference it through the stack. Wait, it has to reference what through the stack? You want me to move these outside this function? Might as well move the X's as well, because the X's are also going to be used. I mean, they're used up here, and then the V's are used down here. Okay, let's try it. Let's just try it. I'll move these out for now. I'm gonna comment these out for now. Trying to make these global instead. So these are gonna like persist rather than be remade every time. They're gonna have to be marked volatile as well. Wait, are they? Do you need to mark something as volatile if the only place it's being used is inside an interrupt service routine? I would guess you don't need to, because nothing is going to change them. You know, it's like you are the one who knocks, right? You are the interrupt service routine. Nothing is going to be interrupting you. Let's just try it. Whereas, yeah, targets and currencies can be modified outside. Wait, actually they don't anymore. These actually are no longer accessed outside. Oh, no, that's not true. These are accessed outside, but these ones are no longer accessed outside of the thing. But that's irrelevant, right? Because targets and, you know, none of these are being used within that section of code that I'm timing, so who fucking cares? Okay, let's just define these here instead, and let's remove this. What am I removing? Yeah, this. Okay, so the timing differences, let me make some notes there. We've got GCC 7, 130, thing versus number clock cycles. This is approximate, but whatever. And we have GCC 14, 125, let's call it. Now we're trying moving vars outside makes some ball. Interesting to see. Putting the things in an array might also help. Really? I would have expected that to make it worse. I guess you could just decrement 2 pointers because you are working your way down an array. Worth a try. Worth a try, I guess. Worth a try. Let's try it. Let's see. Let's upload. Save. Oh, that's not how you comment out in this, sorry. As we found out someday, ARM has instructions to load multiple things at once from memory. Oh! Oh! This... Okay, I mean, they are being defined, like, declared one after the other, so... But I know that's no guarantee that the compiler will put them in that order in memory, but... Okay, let's try this. Let's say... upload, yes. Just gonna put the sound on. And let it upload. Oh my god, that sounds different. Why is it like... Why are we getting like a weird ringing sound now? Let's see. How long are things taking? Not sure I prefer how it sounds, but let's see. Oh my goodness, zooming out, taking a sample. Zooming in. I just noticed our pulses are now equal length. I think that was the case last time on when we were doing it on the version 14 as well. Interesting. Let's scroll these across and see if the size has changed. Oh, for fuck's sake, sorry, I'm still in the mode where I'm only moving one. I can move them together, but I forget to put them in that mode. Anyway, there's gonna be approximate. Oh, it's quite a bit longer. Oh, that's a lot longer. 37, yeah. It's quite a lot longer. What have I done? I don't know. Let's try putting them in an array. Ah! I think the reason that they're in an array is because... Oh, sorry, the reason they're not in an array is what I was going to say. Also, wait, Stu, if they're in an array, it still can't grab them. If they're marked volatile, it still can't grab them all at once, right? That's not a thing you'd want to do because the value could change between these. Is what the between each axis of each of these is what the volatile is saying. So it wouldn't want to do a grab on all of them at once if they're marked volatile. And unfortunately, they need to be marked volatile. Wait, do they need to be marked volatile? Do they need to be marked volatile? I don't think they need to be marked volatile. I don't know why my ears... No, I don't think they need to be marked volatile anymore. They did in the past, but now we're doing the loading of the next data from within the interrupt itself. So we are the ones in charge of this now. Let's search everywhere this is set or accessed. It's accessed here inside the interrupt service routine itself. And it's accessed... This is still inside it. And here where we're setting it is within the load new frame. But this is being called from... Ah, actually that's not true. There is one place where this is called... There's one place where this is called... That's not from within the interrupt. And that's when we're starting to play sound. Wait. Yes it is. Because that is right here. Right here we call load new frame. Oh, we also force things to 0 here. But yeah, that's actually a problem as well, huh? Wait, so you say I could just do the atomic thingy here? Oh, I guess I could also disable interrupts at this moment. I could totally just disable interrupts for this moment. Yeah, I could just disable interrupts between here and here. No atomics. You can have an atomic block on the AVR even. Volatile means every axis has to be read or written every reference. Yep. Disabling interrupts should work. I don't think there's an easy way to do that, is there? Wait. Could I do it in a naughty, cheap way by saying, oh, this is gonna be unfortunate actually, because one nice thing. Oh wait, no, it's okay. I can just say, wait, this is perfect. I can just disable interrupts for the timer 2-1, which is the one for making a sample, not all interrupts entirely, which is for PWM and stuff as well. So I reckon if we just do, can you do NVIC disable IRQ? Yeah, you can. Can I just like disable the interrupts in this way? Let's try it. I'm gonna have to include NVIC here. This is becoming much more involved than I expected. Load STM3, STM32. No. 3. STM32, NVIC, or is it just NVIC? Wait, is it L0 NVIC? Yes, it is. I hope this doesn't like incur a huge overhead. Disabling and re-enabling interrupts. Oh, and hi, the pragmatic programmer. Welcome. What am I making? Also, I may be wrong since I'm new to lower level programming, but wouldn't making it static global make it faster? Yeah, we just tried that, unfortunately. We just tried that, and it made it slower. Oh, I didn't write that down in the thingy. Calculator said. Wait, did I have a calculator? Hold on. I didn't calculate it. 1/40,000. Wait, let me paste this. I'm about to paste what I've got in my clipboard already. Okay, and then we've got 37. So it's like 148 now. In fact, precisely 148 apparently. Making non-volatile, which is kind of funny because this is removing volatiles or avoiding volatile. Period and energy and blah blah blah. Okay, so we disable there. I'm gonna put these inside like a reset synth state. We're about to access the current synth state variables, which are modified within the... Is this actually gonna guarantee that it's... This is actually gonna guarantee that it would, like... how do I explain this? Is the compiler within its right to write a value back to RAM in a much later? Because like there's nothing saying that if we set these variables here that they will have been written back out to RAM by the time the interrupt fires, even if the interrupt doesn't bother with these at all. Do you know what I mean? It's not just a case that the interrupt might change these, it's a case that the interrupt might want to read them, and the compiler here, outside the timer, thought, well, nothing's gonna actually want to access these yet, so I can keep them in registers and not write them back to RAM yet. And that would be a problem, right? If the interrupt then kicked in and said, hey, RAM, what are these variables? You should have them stored there, right? And they're not stored there yet. But I guess we can test. Maybe it won't even make it faster, who knows? For the clearing of the variables in a function, then the compiler will make sure to get written. Okay. Okay. I have to do the setting in here as well. And it needs to be done in this order, unfortunately. Okay, I'll move things in a sec. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't put that yet. So let's put this all into its own. This as well. Hell, why not all of this? Reset synth cosynth. Okay, so we're about to access current synth state variables, which are modified by the timer in its ISL. I'm gonna say to to improve speed. These variables are not marked as volatile. I don't know if that is gonna improve speed yet, but let's just preemptively write this, which are not marked as volatile. These variables are not marked as volatile. So to make sure that the timer doesn't try to access them while we're clearing them here, we disable interrupts. Oh, should we disable the interrupts from outside of this function, Meisaka, actually? Is that the thing you were saying? If we make sure they're done. So you do like here, and then you'd call like a reset current synth and then the enabling. Why is it complaining so much? Oh, probably because I'm gonna do this again. Adder. Thank you for the pants. You know what? I guess we could do this here. Yes, we can do this here. We just want to do that there. Load new frame. Why are we doing load new frame in here? Oh yeah, right. Load new frame is going to modify... Oh wait, load new frame only modifies target synth. Ah, but if we could also have target synth... If we could also have target synth not be volatile, that'd be nice as well, huh? So yeah, having this in this little safe area where interrupts are disabled would be good as well. Okay. Okay. We disable the make sample interrupt temporarily. By the way, thank you for the pants. I don't know if I said thank you for the pants, but hi Faf. When is the interrupt in the... Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm slowly losing my memory more and more. Tonight, I mean, but also just in general. Let's put this comment outside here, because this is where it's happening. This accesses target synth variables or synth target variables. I should hide this oscilloscope, sorry. Media reset since, so the blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Speaking is true, assume that we'll now be speaking with the first speech frame. Is speaking does need to be volatile still. Read by read in reset synth. It's more like in its synth actually, isn't it? It should be in its synth. This is a much better name for it. Make them non-volatile might make them get optimized out. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. If you ever need to make sure a register is written before some other memory access, you can put, holy crap, thread fence? Yeah, threading, yeah. There are some things like that in the instruction set though. Down at the bottom, there are these things. Instruction synchronization, data memory and data synchronization barriers. This is all very new to me though. I'm not sure if that's the same thing. That might not be the same thing. That might be like inside the CPU pipeline-y stuff. Yeah. Well, this might not work at all. Third force and bullet to not reorder? Doubt it. Okay, let's see what happens now. Innocence, blah blah blah, stop speech, blah 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 blah. What I wanted to do? Let's try marking these as not volatile. If I'm honestly going to be quite surprised if this works. And if it does work now, I'm going to be even more suspicious that it won't work in the future. Okay, let's see. That one does need to be volatile still. These, let's move these back inside the thingy. This one was static, right? And the V was not? Or was it the other way around? Which one was static before? Oh, it doesn't matter, I left the comment there. I left them there in the comment. There. It was the way around, okay. It was very satisfying to see 25 errors disappear. Shall we see if it builds? I wonder if I'm missing like a mutex. I wonder. Then builds. I think the size is different again. Thank you for the pat, thanks, yeah. Someone on Stack Overflow said yes. Interesting. Okay, let's see what happens if I run it, and I'm gonna turn the sound on. I'm gonna say, upload. Slow is right. And that's the reset. And now here's the other reset in writing. Oh my god! Listen how much faster it is! You can hear how much faster it is! There's still like little pops and like... Okay, I'm going to turn this off again. It's still like little crackles where it's not quite fast enough, but let's just see it, just how much faster it is. Let's take another little snippet. Let's actually just capture it first. Oh my god, where is it? Zoom out. Okay, let's see. Here is one. I'm just gonna slide both of these cursors over. Holy crap, look how much smaller that is. Although it might just be back down to similar to where it was before, I'm not sure. Let's try and get this more accurately. Well, that's accurate enough. That's 1 second, so... Well, should be. I don't know if it actually is. Slide our way over to this one. And zoom out to get the full reading. We're back to 32.4, which I believe is... I think it's exactly where we were before. Let's see, 32.4. And then we also had the other one. What is it? Hang on. $130. We're back to the GCC7 speeds. How the fuck is it slower to have these marked as non-volatile? The only thing we've changed is marking these as non-volatile, right? Could also be that these execute at slightly different speeds. Depending on like the values or something, right? Is that possible? Or not? Because we should be timing this in exactly the same way. It's also possible that there is still something happening in the background that's interrupting us every now and then for some reason, like how that one of the pins was lower before, low for longer before. I also had interrupts disabling enabling. Yeah, that's only when the speech begins, the beginning of the speech. Trapping them in array, yeah, that's the other thing. I don't understand how it's slower though. I guess we can try. Okay. Let's try. Target synth keys. Size 10. And synth keys. Size 10. Vector is like the simd stuff, right? Simdy wimdy. It's fucking simdy. Or if you have 4 flows, you multiply and it becomes 1 simdy. Yeah. I don't think there's stuff like that, unfortunately, in this. This bit might become slower, but who cares? We're not timing this bit. In fact, I could comment this out, but let's not do that. That's not very fair. 2, 3, 4. Isn't it considered usually faster to unroll the loop, though? Are you considering, like, making this a loop? Or are you considering just keeping it an array? Just an array, right? So they can load them in at the same time. But then not have the overhead of going back round and round and round the loop. Okay, since K1, let's just do a little find and replace here, which I have to do with find and replace because I cannot stop Visual Studio from popping up this really annoying dialogue. Every time I want to rename something, this little invalid identifier provided for the rename symbol operation. Thankfully, good old find and replace still exists. Right, maybe I shouldn't change the originals though. That's gonna be annoying. I'll just do a find and replace to put it back anyway, so doesn't really matter. Okay, 2 is 2. Oh wait, this is 0 based. This is 0 based. Euclid is 0 based. Oh, this is gonna catch me out, isn't it? Should I just define 11 of them, and then that way we can keep the indices the same, and then I won't. It'll avoid confusion. That will be enough to see if it's faster or not. K1, case 1. No results. Oh, I already had that replaced? Question mark? Oh, it's gonna notice this as well. Wait, how do we do the find whole words thingy? Match whole word. Does whole word count like brackets as a... Yeah, it does. Okay, good. Okay. This is gonna be case 1. It's gonna be a bunch of slightly tedious find and replace for a moment. What the? And 10, which I can do as 10 because I made the array 11 in length. Now we just do we'll go backwards down through this one. 9, 8. Oh, I'm finding more keyboard shortcuts to make this work. I don't even need to touch the mouse anymore. I'm unstoppable! Unless the code doesn't compile. Oh wait, there is no 0. Vim mode? No, this is... I mean, this isn't the thing on here. I think just shift larger registers, although I didn't blah 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 blah. I mean, these are 32-bit though, they're not 8-bit, so... I don't know if you can manage to do shifting more in it. Alright, let's see if it builds, I guess. It was 6640, what is it now? 6340. What the fuck? We've shaved off 300 bytes? I'm very suspicious that this is actually not 6, yeah. I had to reread it to double check. 6340. 6640. I am reading it right. Okay, let's try uploading it, I guess. It's not necessarily faster code. Did I also do the V values? No, I didn't. I forgot about that. Thank you. I changed things that are not being timed. I didn't change things that are being timed. Good job, Yuke. Let's change these. The one that I'm really timing is this one, though. Can you have a static array? And see? I guess you can, right? I've never tried before. X is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna mark that as 11. Hi, Reverse! Hi. I'm feeling quite like that at the moment as well. Derpy. V011. What the? X's and O's. Oh my god, what else am I doing? V's. VS. I got scared for a second when the prompt came up as if it's... Nope, this is already defined elsewhere. These were originally U0, U1, U2, and it warned me that U8 was already declared elsewhere, which is because I defined U8 as a type, so... Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing twice again. X's, or X0 with X's 0. X1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, and 5. Welcome to learning the numbers with Yuke. 8, 9, 10. And tracking still doesn't like me clapping. Alright, V with the V's. Can you count backwards? Why did it just... Oh, I think I pressed one key.
You very cute Yukies use long ear close cute Yuki keys pads.
Holy crap, my brain could not keep up with that. Thank you, Faf. Did she keep up with it? It sounded like she got confused. Wait, I'm replacing the wrong... Hang on, what am I doing? V 10. V's 10. There is no V. There is V's 10. Oh, it's already done. 9. This is where I start getting complacent and making errors. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, let's check the build size. I closed it already, so I forgot because I'm an idiot. I think it was 6324 instead of 6624, right? Now it's 6276. But whatever, it's bigger. I don't know if that... Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what happens, shall we? When I upload it. Does TTS Uke come out as Uke? TTS Uke come out as Uke. I'm confused. Am I keeping up with Commodore? This feels like a reference, I don't know. Let's turn back on the voice for a sec. Now I'm gonna upload. As soon as the serial port gets open. It resets and there's the upload. Not sure what to make of that. Let's measure it. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a measure. Well, let's just slide the thing over and see what it looks like for a start. Oh, our first pulse has become longer again. Which is interesting. I do wonder if it's random. Fuck! I didn't slide it properly. Now I've got to measure it correctly. Ah! Sorry. Sorry about all the swearing. There it is. Zoom out. Holy crap! Wait, never mind. Oh, yes, holy crap. 27 microseconds. 27 microseconds. That's faster, right? I don't know how much faster it is. 104. And then we've got 27. What am I doing? Wait, am I doing it correctly? Hold on. 108. So avoiding volatile, put it back to 130. And then using arrays. 108. Array of hope? Put it twice, but I don't know, it was too fast. Let me replay it.
You very cute, it is long, you cleft.
Hold on, okay, hold on. I need to look at your original text. And I'm gonna go down so that you can read it behind my head.
You very cute, it is long, you cleft, you give pats.
No, I did read it correctly, but it also read, you give pat at the end. Also, the yes was like, is this...
You very cute, it is long.
Yes. Yes. I mean, it seems faster. I can hear that it's still not fast enough, because there are like, crackles and stuff. If I were to take a close or a wide, not a close look, a far, zoomed out look, in fact, and freeze it. Zoom out a bit further. Freeze it. Wow! I'm not seeing... Okay, was anyone here earlier when I was looking at this and we were seeing like lots of points where the top part would just like disappear for one of the cycles because it would like miss the bus, if you like, and the interrupt would take too long? It's not happening much anymore. Like, it was happening like multiple times on any time I would freeze it before. But it's not happening much now, look at that. That's pretty cool. Holy crap. It's still happening every now and then, like here. It's probably every time it loads a new frame. That's probably what the crackly sound is. It's probably every time it's loading a new frame. It's taking a bit too long. Oh, it's taking like 3 frames long. Missed the bus analogy. SM64 speedrunning reference? No, it's not. Someone mentioned that earlier as well. I haven't heard of that. It's just an analogy that I would use in England. If you're too slow, you missed the bus. You're too slow, right? The bus is left. You missed the train. Something. Last station. Something. Oh my god! Last station is reminding me of Hyperdimension Neptunia. Look at that! Can you see those 3 dark areas? I wonder if they are 25 milliseconds apart, because that would be, well, it won't quite be 25 because we're running this slightly faster than 8 kHz. Let me try to work out exactly how far apart they should be if I'm understanding what they are correctly. So it's 1 over 8100 multiplied by what the hell? 1.2345678901234. What the? What? Why have you got such a cool number? What? I just did 1 divided by 8100 and I just got. Huh? What? Why? How did I just stumble upon that? It just keeps going. Wow. Okay. Anyway, sorry for all my choking sounds. I'm very surprised. Anyway, let's multiply that by 200 because that's how many samples there should be. So every this many thingies, there should be a new sample being loaded. So this is every 24.69 microseconds. Alright, let me see if that's correct. If it is correct, then that means that this is the reloading of a new frame. So measure from there roughly to there. Would you look at that? 24.8. That's not even with like my accurate positioning. Okay, so the loading of a new frame is slow. No surprise there, but I don't know why it's so like. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I know exactly. Oh, fuck. This is unfortunate. This is very, very unfortunate.
Cheese.
Why cheese? This is because in the original AVR code, it was 2 separate timers. Sorry, it wasn't even 2 separate timers. It was like the main code was blocking until it's time to load a new frame, and this interrupt to make a new sample could fire mid-loading of a new frame, and it would keep the waveform going up and down, even mid-loading of a new frame, which technically means that it could like make a frame that's like got half of the information from the last frame. I mean, make a sample that has half the information from the last frame and half the information of the new frame. But at least it would just still keep smoothly moving. What's happening now is the waveform is like doing things, and then when we need to load a new frame, it's like freezing, and then it's continuing down. We can't like interrupt because we're loading it from within the interrupt now, whereas before it was from outside it. Oh, fuck. That's really, really annoying. It looks so funny when you do the waves. I could use the third and final timer. To do the load new frame, but then I'd have to mark this as volatile. All these would have to be volatile. Which kind of sucks, right? Also, there you go. Is there a way to schedule a function to run after the ISR completes? I don't know. Is there? I don't know. And I have to give pats. Can. Pats for the mentees. What is happening to my tracking? Okay, my tracking is being very weird right now. I'm sorry, I was trying to do a happy face, but it's just looking weird and glitchy. Somewhat like the audio, but the function is currently more efficient, which is good. It's 4:22 a.m. I should be going to bed. Help! Yeah, scheduling it to run afterwards would be good. Yeah, I really wonder, Mesaka. I don't understand the algorithm at all. I also don't understand why the pin, this one here, the pin stays low for a much longer time than on the other ones. Let me zoom in and show you. I say much longer, but it's like double or something. Hold on. What is this? It's too close. So if we take a close look at this. Short pulse. Short pulse. But the very first one is a longer pulse. You can see it like that actually, you can see that the one up there is wider than this one. You can solve it by setting interrupt priority if the interrupt sources are separate. I don't think interrupt priority would matter because, oh, would it actually? Would it? Yeah, wait, would it? Can you make it? Wait, would you normally not be able to have one interrupt another interrupt? I didn't know how stupid that sentence was gonna sound until I said it. Because if that's the case, then yeah, what I could do is that, I guess. I was trying to avoid doing that though, because then I only have 3 main timers to... You can interrupt an ISR in STM32. Oh, okay, super nice. Super nice. Also, hi ABT. In that case, another timer would solve it, but there are only 3 timers that I have access to, and that would be all 3 used. And I was kind of hoping to leave one free for a timing reference, but I might be able to abuse the... Well, not really abuse, but use the PWM one and set up an interrupt to do something, like I look at the counter or something. No, wait. The counter is the same for all of the channels. There are other timers. There is the so-called low power timer, and there's like a watchdog timer and stuff as well. I think the watchdog timer is not very accurate. We do need accuracy here. I guess I could look into the low power timer. The fact that it's low power is irrelevant, it's just another timer. What makes it a low power timer? Let me have a look. Low power timer, like what are the... What are the... 2 watchdog timers as well, actually. Wait, there's a sys-tick timer! I could use this for working out the amount of time that's passed, right? But also, low power timer, LPTM. What the fuck? Oh, reference manual, I guess. LPTM. Is LPTM just a made-up thing that you're never saying again? Yes, it is. Why do you do this all the time, ST? There it is. Okay, now it's called LPTIM1. I thought that was a cooler name. Have a nice hammock, Stewie. Is listed there along with these. I only have TIM2 and 2.1 and 2.2. But I also have a low power timer. So let's see, LPTIM1. Is it gonna explain this somewhere? Where is like the low... Okay, hold on. Maybe it's in here somewhere. Low power universe, the other thing. Low power... Oh, they start using hyphens here again. Nice. That's why it didn't show up on the find and replace. I mean on the find. Imagine being able to replace stuff in a PDF. The LPTIM is a 16-bit timer that benefits from the ultimate developments in power consumption reduction. Thanks to its diversity of clock sources, the LPTIM is able to keep running in all power modes except for standby. Given its capability to run, even with no internal clock source. What do you mean with no internal clock source? What was it timing configurable internal clock selection and clock source. See RCC section. Okay, so it sounds like I could just make it an external. I said internal as well. Oh, don't worry, don't worry, steering uncle. Fact standby is one thing it should work for. Yeah, I was expecting that as well. But for sleep, I'm gonna wake up from the RTC. The RTC can wake it, so I'll just use that. The real-time clock. Reset and clocks. The first configuration is when... Wait, what am I talking about? Can clock using several clock sources. It can be clocked using an internal clock signal, which can be any configurable internal clock source selectable through this. That's a lot. Glitch filter, don't really care about that. Prescaler. Prescaler can only be one of a few ratios, which is interesting. This looks more like the AVR timer, actually. Except it has the divide by 4, which I think the AVR one doesn't. The AVR is missing one division factor that's really useful. I forget which one it is that it's missing, but it's really annoying every time. It's always the one I want. Anyway, whereas the other timers in the STM32 are... You can put any integer value from like 1 to something quite high. Why does Twitch censor LeMayo? I'm not seeing any message about the message being censored. Alright, if we're running at 4,000... it's fine, I'm sure I'll find a way. I'm sure I'll find a way to roughly measure milliseconds using LPTIM. As long as LPTIM can count down and fire an event when it reaches 0. Continuous mode, the time is free running. It started from a trigger event and never stops until it's disabled. Or one-shot mode, started from a trigger and stops when reaching the... this doesn't sound like what I want, does it? Okay, this is quite limited, huh? There's no, like, reload thing. There's no way to, like, reload it up to the value of the auto-reload thingy. Wait, this is auto-reload. ARR should be auto-reload register, right? Register update. Counter mode. Can be used to count external events. Or it can be used to count clock cycles. Internal clock. Count mode value is don't care. What suddenly happened to this English? In this configuration, there's no need for an internal clock source. Yes! Hi, Yusha! Welcome, welcome! I think you could double it, but you can use one timer output as another timer's input. I am don't care. Hi, beautiful, how are you? You must have the wrong person, you. I'm tired though, my head hurts a little bit, and I need to sleep, and my room is really hot right now. Not as hot as it has been. So I should end. How's you? I should disappear soon, but how are you? No power modes. Interrupts. Wait, it has an auto reload thing though. Direction. Flag signals down, counting direction changed. Wait. Oh, that's when it's in encoder mode, never mind. Counter direction change. Okay, this is the status register. Interrupt clear. Interrupt enable. This timer seems quite limited. If I'm understanding correctly. Yeah, it's always only incremented as well, right? Or is this just something else? Am I misunderstanding? I haven't mentioned anything about down counting. I mean, I haven't seen anything about down counting mentioned. I should rest? I should. Are all timers like this? This is so flexible. The other timers are more flexible in this. I don't know if this timer can do the clock source from a different timer. It didn't say that. The other timers you can though. Very confusing though for a noob. It is flexible, but with the flexibility comes confusingness for me. Continuous mode. Auto reload register. This must only be modified when it's enabled. That's not what I was expecting to see. I don't know. I don't think man! I wasn't wanting to have to use 3 timers just for speech. Although one of them is like a general purpose pulse width modulation timer. That's what I hereby declare it to be general purpose that could be used by anything. It's kind of annoying, isn't it? That's kind of really annoying. Must be kept at reset value. And if not, who knows? It also said they must be strictly greater than something they are. I mean, so it was can't countdown. Yeah, I'm not seeing countdown anywhere. Which is a bit of a shame. Oh wait. Oh no. Downy! Downy uppy! Why is it? Why have we suddenly gone into uppies mode? Fine, I'm gonna have to use that, aren't I? I'm gonna have to use that thingy. That third timer. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I'll have to think again of what I want to do about sleeps, like accurate sleeps. I don't think I need accurate sleeps, but even just remotely accurate sleeps. The engineer who wrote that probably didn't even notice. Definitely not. You can really tell they're not putting effort into making registers not sound silly. There's all kinds of really ridiculous sounding register names and like bit names. Which I feel like I never saw those in the AVR datasheets for the AVR microcontrollers. So it's almost like, it makes me think they probably accurately tried to avoid silly sounding names in the AVR one. I'm trying to stumble upon one. Maybe not timer stuff. Maybe not timers. Not seeing any right now. Well, I'm not seeing any registers at all. Where's the register stuff? Here we are. Yeah, I'm not really saying anything silly right now. We need like abbreviations that have a good combination of vowels and consonants to just make it sound like it's spelling out words. Ugh. Whiff. Tiff. Okay, I'm gonna stop making silly noises now. I think I'm gonna end. At least we have the audio playing, right? It's better than it was before. Although that might change when I have to use another interrupt. Because then it might have to be marked as volatile. I don't know. But yes, it will definitely have to be marked as volatile, actually. Wait! Oh, it's just kind of bad. This thing... Oh, this is really bad, actually. Look. Look. Well, I guess this is an error that is completely unrelated to... Yeah, actually, this is an error that's completely unrelated to, This is a problem that would exist with the AVR as well. But essentially, if we are loading a new frame in the middle of the waveform generation thing running... Wait, that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen if we set the priority so that the waveform generation thing can't happen in the middle. Wait, oh my god, I'm confusing myself so much right now. It's like if we're loading a new frame. Yeah, no, I think it's okay. I think it's okay as long as the loading a new frame can't happen in the middle of making a new sample. And I guess that can be solved with priorities. If the making a new sample happens in the middle of making a new frame, that's okay. The problem would be if it happens, if we make a new frame in the middle of loading a new... No. If we make a new sample in the middle of making a new frame, then... Wait, what am I saying? What am I saying? Oh my god, I can't even speak anymore. Anyway, the problem is if it happens in the middle of interpolating, then we're gonna adjust the current thing while we're blah 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 blah. I can't speak. Okay, I'm gonna disappear now. My brain is shutting down. Speaking of sleep, I'm gonna turn off the oscilloscope. Hold on. Let me just put it on the mic. I put my scope on the mic. One sec. Hold. I'm pressing the button. Nice. Now I can... oh god. Now I can speak without the that weird noise in the background all the time every time I speak. I need remotely accurate sleeps. Is that a reference to my sleeps? Yes, I would like sleeps that last longer than an hour. The engineer is don't care. Nice. The art in the background is so cute. Ah, I would say thanks, but I didn't draw it. Well, that's a lie. I drew this. I drew this one, and certain parts of this one. The skateboard's cat is like right there. But I extracted that cat. Oh my god, I'm trying to point there. No, wait. Finger tracking, please. There. But it's also there. No, some other things I drew. This was a bunch of peeps. As you can see by the name tag. And one of them was me, but I'm not crediting myself on my own wall. Anyway. Not sure what exactly your goal is, but looking at the DMA might solve some issues if you're trying to write a lot of data to peripheral registers. I am not at the moment, but thank you. For when I'm doing SPI stuff, right into the LCD, that may well be the case though. Like, you know, firing out a load of pixels. Fire my pixels. I'm a firing my... yeah. Okay, thank you all so much for hanging out and a bunch of, like, tips and advice and help and stuff. I'm really happy we've got, like, a new version of, GCC running. Holy crap. I just went to twitch.tv to find someone to raid, and wow, the thumbnail that Twitch is choosing for Iron Mouse right now is quite nice. Seems to be some cosplayer that does looks, she's going through like fan art and stuff, and I guess cosplayers counts as fan art, and Twitch happens to have picked one frame that is probably taken very much out of context, but anyway. I'm too scared to show it on my own stream, so find it if you want. That's a still frame, right? Wait, what's the still frame? No, this is live. This is the temperature in my room, unfortunately. Because I have to have some lights on and my window closed and stuff. So yeah, while I'm streaming. But my room, this is always the hottest room of the house. It really sucks. So yeah, I'm gonna be having my fan on now, trying to bring some cool air into the room as soon as I shut down the stream / computer. I have to get some food and stuff first, so you know. Oh, I think we have someone that I haven't raided in quite a while, but he's a cool guy. Hasn't even been streaming for that long, and he's doing dev stuff. I mean, streaming for that long today. He's been streaming like on Twitch for a long time. Who's cooking the yuk? It's that damn. What is it actually? What can I blame? It's probably just myself, right? It's the computers and stuff right now. I guess if the sun disappeared, it would become so cold outside eventually that, I wouldn't be hot in my room. But also, the civilization would end and eventually, like, life. So, pros and cons, I guess. Yeah, thank you all very much for hanging out. I'm going to try to work on this some more. I might do a little off stream because, I don't know, sometimes especially when I'm doing this low level stuff and like, it's just anything that's like really new to me and I just, I find it difficult. I kind of often just like to play around a little by myself just to like maybe learn some new things or cement ideas in my head a bit more so that I actually learn the things and just because it's so much easier to experiment with stuff. Well, it's kind of a double-edged sword. We don't have cool and helpful people in the chat helping me out when I'm not streaming. But at the same time I can concentrate more and like there's less pressure to be making progress and stuff, so and also it's a less hot room which seriously does help for concentration. I was joking, but it's actually true. So anyway, yeah, maybe next stream I will be doing something else. I don't know. I haven't played Reaper in like maybe a week so maybe I should do that. Maybe Trackmania as well, I don't know. Or Distance, I haven't done a Distance run in ages, but Distance is a game that I need a lot of. I need to be very awake for Distance. Distance is a game that I've like speedrun and stuff. But I haven't in ages, so it'll be kind of bad. But yeah. It requires me to be very awake, otherwise like I can feel every reaction. So it's a game where it's like a kind of, what do you call it? It's like a story-based racing game, but there isn't really like, yeah, it's like told through the environment and like announcements that are playing, and it's set on like a satellite array in space. The implication that like some kind of event has happened and humans have abandoned Earth and you are, well, I don't want to say too much because it's a bit spoilery, but something training a genetic algorithm, something you are that. Anyway, yeah, the atmosphere of it I love so much. Super neon colors and just amazing soundtrack. Anyway, I'm stopping now. I'm stopping talking about this. Less talking about it, more playing it, but not right now. Hate when that happens. I know. Okay, I'm gonna end now. I'm actually ending. I've said I'm gonna end a million times, but I'm now typing the command that means I have to end. Why is the shout out not working? Okay, now I have to cancel the raid because I can't do the shout out because the flipping Twitch API is APIing again, or not APIing. Hold on, I'm going to disappear into the ether. 3, 2, 1. Now I'm reloading myself. And then the shout out should work this time. Shush.
Event sub.
Shush! There we go. Here's where we're going. So every time I read the clipped text, I always forget I have idea. Anyway, here's where we're going. We're going to a cool Canadian guy who does Godot game dev. He's making like a tower defense game, and also casually just is also doing like powerlifting at the same time, not literally the same time while typing stuff, but like every now and then it's like, okay, time to do a set. Anyway, yeah, that's where we're going. Also, I've made a few music mixes for him, not my own music, just mixes of music. Right now it's not playing my own though, so I don't know why I'm mentioning it. Anyway, raid message would be something like, I don't know, how about long ukes sliding in? And then if you have access to this emote, oh, yeah, if you have access to these emotes, then feel free to, like, use these ones. If you don't have access to them, feel free to, like, use the standard worm emoji, because I have an affection for that emoji, and she's, like, a worm, so it's, like, appropriate, right? I have an affection for it because it's, like, her. So something like this. Okay, thank you all for being here. I'm gonna disappear now. I'm gonna try and let my room cool down. Alright. Bye bye bye. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you. You too. Thank you everybody. Everybody do as well when you go to bed. I know time zones are different. Okay, bye. Ah!